So hello everyone, we are live now out in there in the old universe. Welcome in. We will be switching over tabs in just a tickety-doo. But yeah, we are in, we are here, we are good. And we are ready to get going with a lovely trip to our old friends at Cambridge United. Because why the devil would we not be? So, here we go. Here we go with the big time. Also, thank you for following Bob the Builder 24, Nick and Robbo. Welcome in to what will be a good old time because we are on a bit of a streak. I should probably talk through things. We're on a bit of a streak right now as things go. So top of League One after 17 played is the headline. We are newly promoted to League One, so we realistically don't actually know what we're doing yet. Welcome in, welcome in, Hindo. Apologies that I delayed your eating whilst I was trying to sort my life out. Shout out for Hindo. Yeah, long time no speak. It's only been a couple of hours. Welcome in, Ring Club. Welcome in, everyone. We are here in. Fair enough. You have been doing a lot of streaming. There was plenty of time earlier you could have gone. Could have just left me and Jono running the voiceover. So as things are in League One right now, for those just joining us, we have been unbeaten since the beginning of October. We've only had a couple of little blips all season. We're smashing League One and doing what we do, which frankly is just winning. So that's the ball game for those who've not been in the streams before. We are on a journey. Our history so far has taken us here, there, and bastard everywhere. So let's go right back to the start. Get you all caught up. We start off at Iliopoli. We went to Hemel Hempstead when we got fired. Then we went to Dumbarton. Decided it'd be a good idea to go to Tahiti to manage Taraval for a few years. Spent a couple of years in India, a couple of years in Cardiff, a few years in Spain, couple in Gibraltar, and here we are in Cambridge. Absolutely Dumbarton. Yeah, absolutely Dumbarton. They offered us a job when we were at Hemel. I was like, I can take my entire squad from Hemel and do bits in League Two in Scotland. It didn't quite work out that way because, well, no one could make it. It was kind of, we lost twice at Wembley in the playoff final and the FA Trophy in a week, and I sort of lost my rag a wee bit. But there we go. And we can do a one-to-one with Swanky. That's not an issue. We can teach him all we know. I have lost it, but it's okay. We're at Cambridge now, which is a bit weirder because being from Oxford originally, it's quite hard for me to enjoy managing Cambridge. But we're trying. We are trying. He wants to start more games, and he needs to grow up. So that's going to happen. So Indian team back in FM26. Do you know what? India was actually quite good fun. It was the thing with India was, I hate this doesn't properly sort itself. So the thing that happened with us in India is that we finished third in the league, and then we got offered a job in the fourth tier of Spain. I was like, that's a step up. We'll take that. Sing the ping. Right back when 19 passing. I probably had a sing the ping at some stage too. FM26 was quite an experience from what I vaguely remember. He wants to go out on loan. I don't disagree because he's not great. He's not playing very often, has to be said, but he's already on the loan list. 13 to 21 masterpieces. I'd agree with that. I agree. I am of the opinion that I thought 14 was probably the easiest to play and the most fun to play, and 15 probably had the best looking match engine. 24 was also great, but I know it's such a minor thing to give a shit about, and I recognise how minor a thing this is to give a shit about, but the grass looked better. I'm a Swindon fan, Raincloud. FM19 was great. Welcome in, Liam. How are you doing? We are run away. You've missed no games, so that's good. We've welcomed in the entire Hindo squad. We've adopted a crowd. We're busy today, which is nice. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone is doing well. We've had an interesting day where I've been trying to do the recording and the tech support and everything else today, as you do, you know. But we're back in the saddle. We are looking strong. We're about to go and play my mighty Swindon Town in the Johnston's Nobody Gives a Fuck trophy, where hopefully we're going to finish top of our group, because we are as yet undefeated in that competition, which is lovely. We have a lot of very quality players, which I'll show to the new people whilst we're going through the team, because we've put together a pretty solid team at Cambridge on a budget of pretty much bugger all, I think is a fair assessment of things. No worries, I know, my pleasure to be able to dip in and help out. So just have a quick look, make sure that's the lineup I want to go with. It looks pretty good. So for those who are new, I've just spotted always happens, I've just spotted a change I do need to make, or a player I need to put on the bench at least, because I do need a right back in there so Debiche can go in there. And I think we're probably, don't need to take Hilton out. Let's take Ortega off the bench. He's been naff. We've got enough strikers. So players to watch whilst you are here. Of course, the big man up top, Keelan Smith. He's been on a bit of a weird run of late. I think the best way to show how weird his run has been is to show the form go. We're in 2040 now, so he wasn't scoring for ages, and then in the last 10 games he's had what, 3, 5, 6, 8, 11, 14, 15 goals in the last 10 games. I apologise. Yeah, he's been on a stupid run of form with goals. Yeah, 15 in 10 games after, he joined us last season. He got 2 in 13 appearances. He's just suddenly come alive. I was trying to sell him at the start of the season, and I was asking for £250,000 for him, and he's now worth 6. So to say he has developed this season is honestly ridiculous. We've also got Chris Arthur, our winger, who just has been tearing the place up since we signed him on a free from Crewe. Don't know how he pulled that off. He was brought in originally brought in as depth, because we did have this fella, Ming Wei Chung, from Taipei International. I brought him in just because he was cheap on wages. Released by Aston Villa, came in and has just been absolutely slapping people. Just turned 19, looks like a really good player in the making, and can kind of fill in everywhere. So he's been a bit of a boost to us as well. Otherwise, we've got Jack Carbone, the Diamond in the rough. He's been here since before we got here and has been fantastic under us. Not so much before we got here, I couldn't tell you what I've done with him. If I'm quite honest, I don't know how that happened. And otherwise, let's just face it, everyone here has been an absolute blessing. We've got George Goddard from Gibraltar, 41 caps. Always looks brilliant when we play him. No complaints. Loves a goal from outside the box. We don't know why, but he can't score when he's anywhere near the box, and then you stick him in the box, or stick him outside the box, and suddenly he's smashing him in from 30 yards out, and we don't fully understand why that's a thing that happens. But that's basically the rundown of the key lads. But you're about to see them do, I would suggest, absolute bits in the first game of the stream, because we are a bloody good side. We are a bloody good side, and this tactic we've got running is ridiculous. It shouldn't make any sense. It shouldn't work. It really shouldn't work. To briefly explain how it works, in possession, basically everyone goes into the box and sort of stays a little bit further up the pitch. Then out of possession, everyone just piles back into the box. Let's not tempt the fate. I get overconfident far more often than I should do, and fates are tempted. But today, fates will not be tempted. I'm feeling it. I've just realised I've sent out a right back who's not fit. Great start. Great start. It's fine. He'll survive for half the game. And if he doesn't, he's only in the team because his manager who loaned him to us has been moaning because he wasn't playing, because the other right back I have on loan, don't ask, was playing instead. And he was like, oh, you give this guy more football. And he'd been a bit shit. So, Scooby-Doo Jordan is you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. We appreciate you being here as always. And, well, we are... I don't know what these numbers are supposed to mean, by the way. Those numbers mean nothing to me. So we're just going to hope they mean something to the game and that we are going to get an early victory, because I feel pretty good that we're going to start off with a win. This tactic, as I said, is obscene. It is among the most disgusting tactics I've ever created on FM. And I've created some disgusting tactics in my time, but this might be a weapon. As Kabore, far side to Macias, and Macias has a pop. It's the woodwork, but Steve Ingram Shepherd's there, and we're 1-0 up after 4 minutes. Absolute joke of a time. And, well, this is basically what we do. We just go on a tear. The plan for this season, Wagwan, big booty women, welcome in. Can't believe I just said Wagwan out loud, but there we go. That's life. We've all made mistakes. We've all had those days. But yeah, we look really good. The plan is essentially we're going to keep winning with Cambridge until someone further up the pyramid notices that we keep winning with Cambridge and comes and offers us a fat stack of cash to come and manage there. I'm not fussy which country it is. It could be anywhere. Like I said, we've been to Tahiti already. We've been to India already. Spain, Gibraltar, Greece, all of the British Isles. We've been around. You know, I wouldn't say no to a Real Madrid job. Wouldn't be my first choice in Spain, but I wouldn't say no to a Real Madrid job. Wouldn't say no to a job at Bayern. Again, wouldn't be my my first choice. Berlin, which one? Hertha or Union? Therein lies the question. Maybe Dynamo Berlin. Union Berlin. I mean, I could. If they were the ones that made the offer and they're in the Bundesliga, I reckon we'd probably have a look at Union Berlin. I would say that would be a consideration. I feel like I can probably do some good with Union, and that is quite a finish. Ingram Shepherd comes in and out of the side, and sometimes he's fantastic and sometimes he's awful, but today you're seeing the best of him. So that's us. I will never figure out why I can't see my own live table. Luckily I know we are top, but I don't know why I can't see the table that's actually relevant to me. I don't think I can change that in the view. No I can't. Excellent. That's good. Where's all the crowd at town? Is Clem still the owner? We don't know, is the answer. I mean, the crowd aren't there because it's a Virtue Trophy game, let's be honest. I don't know. We'll have a look. We'll have a look after the game. We'll see if Clem is still the owner of Swindon. It was disastrous timing in a way that we showed up at Cambridge when we did, because 2 weeks later, Swindon sacked their manager, and we would have taken that job had we known that was going to happen, I would imagine. But alas, Cambridge came and they poached us. We didn't apply. They just poached us. I'm not going to tell them anymore. There's no point. They're all happy. Yeah, Cambridge just came in for us when we were 3rd or 4th in the Gibraltar League and decided we'd done enough to impress them. Thank you for the follow, big booty woman. Welcome in. We've hit a follower goal. That's 230 of 230. Crazy stuff. Only 5 or 6 million more, and I can finally buy a tiny model of a yacht. That'll be the day, won't it? Rice is coming off, I think. We'll put in Ali. I don't see a good reason why we wouldn't. We'll also take off Gray for Okoye. and I guess we should take off Lishtia because he's bloody knackered. Really shouldn't have played today. That'll do for now. But yeah, if you are new in from Hindo Stream, you will also notice that I have a pile of random things that pop up in chat. Do feel free to check them out. We've got a Discord, 2 channels that you'll see links for if you're a person who likes to watch YouTube whilst lunching. We recently, last week in fact I think it was, we recently made YouTube partner, which was lovely. It was a great milestone. Can't believe we cracked that one after 8 years. We also have the Side Quests channel, which is where I play everything but FM, just to keep my sanity above all else. And all sorts of stuff. You can buy my novel if you really want to. That's also an option. That's !book, should you wish to attach yourself to a good novel. Because I don't see why you wouldn't. That's all I'm saying. Grab Tap is new. I set it up in Stream Elements, and if I'm honest, I don't actually know how it works. So all good, mate, all good. Yeah, I don't really understand how Grab Tap works, but it was like, oh, I'll just put this thing in there and it'll do a thing. I think it's one of those things where if you download a mobile game through that link, they pay you and me for you to play the mobile game. I think that's the basic deal. I will eventually figure out what it's for. Because, you know, got to make that paper. Or something. Not that I'm, you know, the hoariest of whores, but that's mostly just because it's illegal for me to sign up to OnlyFans. So, there we go. We had a 2-0 win. That's all right. That's a decent kickoff for the night. A good 2-0 win is a solid performance to kick things off, and a lovely international break, which is the best part of that, because I think these players probably need to have themselves a little rest. So that's worked out beautifully. Let's have a look. Is Clem still owning Swindon? I very much hope not. If he's still managing Swindon in 15 years, I might jump off a bridge. No, he's been out of there for 10 years already. So let's hope that's a prediction of the future. We'll certainly see. Let's get those boys on holiday, because they are all very deserving of one. We'll give them a lovely week off. They can go and sit on a beach somewhere. I don't know where on their wages they're planning on sitting on a beach, because it is November. So we'll see. Oh, it's actually going to send all of them on holiday. It never lets me send loanies on holiday. Be lovely if it did. Beautiful. They can all have a week off and miss nothing. Well, except the ones who are playing international football, because obviously I don't get to control that. So that's life. That is life. Okoye, is he ready for a rest? He's not. Alright. Fair enough. Goddard might be. He is. To be fair, sending him on a holiday seems redundant, because he is Gibraltar's best player, and presumably they are playing in this international window. You'd be surprised if they weren't. You'd be very surprised if they weren't playing in this window. So that's life. But yeah, welcome in everyone. We will, if you are sticking around and want to enjoy the finest of streaming mini games later on, we will probably visit the world of Scrandle, because that's always a great time. I do like the holiday between games, but I've got no transfer window on. If that bothers you, I apologise, but frankly there's no point us sat here chatting bollocks whilst nothing happens, when I can be chatting bollocks whilst something happens. Although Cleethorpes want one of my players, so that'll do. That's nice. Wish that would go straight to calendar mode. Oh, I should probably deal with Whittaker's injury, because he might want me to do a thing. Dislocated jaw. Jesus Christ, mate. How big was the cock? Anyway, that's a question for another time and none of my business as his boss, quite frankly. So I've probably just done a sexual harassment. It's okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's all fun and games until someone chokes or whatever. Oh, I've done it. I've spending too much time with Hindo. That's what's done it. That's what's done it. The jokes are getting filthier. Anyway, what's happening out in the world? Are Real Madrid still doing what Real Madrid were doing? Because last I heard it was 2-1 to Real Madrid. 3-2. It's turned into a football match. My words. It's turned into a football match out there. Harrogate Town make lone approach for Chung. Well, I'll have to think about it, but he is my second choice right winger, and he probably is going to get as much game time as I can give him because he looks like a bloody player. So it's probably going to be a no. It'll probably be a firm no. I would say, but again, it's just a guess. It's just a guess, but I think we're going to say no to loaning our second best right winger, our big potential kiddie, out when he could be playing for a top of the table team. 2 points clear as well. 2 points clear at the top. There's no good reason we should be as high up as we are. But yeah, since it's popping up, if you are interested, which I assume you are, in FM26 and maybe having some struggles with it, my YouTube channel, the main YouTube channel, has guides to help you become a better Football Manager player. I teach everything from the basics to how to make your club financially successful to scouting and other things. Anything you might possibly need to be better at Football Manager, I have got on the channel, and if I haven't, follow it and it will be coming. I do make guides. We do have, although I do need to put the new episodes up, we do have the Wheel of Chaos where I spin a wheel and it decides what country, what club, what challenge, what rules we've got. We've been on that one to Barbados, North Korea, Christ knows where at this point. I feel like I've been everywhere on FM26. I've done thousands of air miles. Do I want Mingwei Chung to go on loan? I probably don't. He's probably getting enough football here. What level are Alfreton or Harrogate at? National League? Maybe? Both National League. It says he can be recalled. Let's give it a go for at least a month. Just to give him a bit of football. If we need him back, we'll recall him. That's not a big drama in the slightest. But for now, I think we go unchanged. I would guess, because that worked out pretty well last time. Worked out pretty well for us last time. Hamada Ali and Scott Whittaker are injured. That's inconvenient. I guess we stick Chung on for Whittaker. In fact, Chung is not fully fit, so we'll stick Tewksbury on for him, and we'll stick Boakye King in for Ali. No, we won't. We'll stick Driver on for Ali. That'll do. That'll look good. We're going to be fine. Ready to get ourselves more points. And hopefully Keelan Smithyman has not forgotten overnight how to score goals. Because we'd like it if he could score, and I don't say this lightly, a bucket load of goals today. That would make me feel pretty good about how things were going. So let's tell them to pick up where they left off, because they left off with a win, and keep it going. How is Letitia still not fully fit? He's just had a week on holiday. Absolute weapon. I haven't figured out why in the match engine all the managers become female after a certain point. all of the new gen managers, or all of the people once they retire from playing and become managers, for some reason become female managers in the match engine. It's been an interesting journey for that. I don't know who Shrewsbury's current manager is. We had it a few episodes ago. Lewis Ray, definitely not female. We had it a few episodes ago where James Milner was female on the bench. Couldn't quite work out why. James Milner has gone into management. He was with Millwall, I believe. As Rice on the ball now, back to Carbone, to Arthur, back to Carbone again, Macias to Carbone, to Macias again, to Ingram Shepherd, to Rice, has a pop, forces a save out the goalkeeper, and we're looking alive early on, which is kind of a big part of what we do, is just we do as much as we can to score as many goals as we can, as often as we can, and we tend to pull it off. So I'm pretty happy with how the save's going. I would expect we're probably going to start seeing the odd offer pop up come January. Tends to be when clubs start to boot their managers out. And I can't help feeling this form is probably going to get us a really good offer. You'd be disappointed if a team that's top of the league, having been newly promoted, if you were the manager and you weren't getting offers from at least the Championship. We know Derby were looking at sacking their manager, but it's also possible we could jump into an at-peril Premier League job. That's not out of the realms of possibility. I haven't looked to see who is struggling in the Premier League, but I would presume there's going to be someone there who could be turned around quite easily, as we've come very close to getting ourselves a goal. And now we're on the back foot and everyone is running backwards. Ingram Shepherd to Carbone, over the top, doesn't find anything out of that. And, we're looking pretty good. We're looking reasonably good, even though we haven't scored yet. Everyone looks like... I say everyone. Our attack doesn't look entirely like it's achieving anything. But everyone else looks like they're putting a shift in, which is lovely to see. As Ingram Shepherd picks up the ball, is he going to score again? Does a little step over, turns around, into Rice. Rice puts it into the crowd. Safe to say the attack aren't at their best today. And Chris Arthur will have to come off very shortly, because he's definitely the worst for wear. I am in a position where I know already who the subs are, or who's being replaced when we make subs, because that front four have been largely useless and Latia is pretty broken. So it does feel like a bit of a no-brainer who gets replaced. As I'm not happy with your performance out there. Seems like a good shout. We're going to grab these guys, shake them by the shoulders, tell them they've not been good enough, have a little check just to see what Chris Arthur's injury is. Potential knee injury. I reckon he probably is coming out. We're going to send in Tewkesbury. Tewkesbury is, despite it looking like he's not very good, is our big youth team prospect and looks like he is slowly growing. So giving him a run out is probably not a big mistake, and he can probably make an impact on the game once he gets himself up to speed. He mostly still plays for the under-18s. He's very much available for them to keep him match fit, largely due to the fact that I've got about 6 players that can play on the right wing, so doesn't get the run out as often as I'd like, but he's definitely a valuable member of the squad and certainly capable of making a big impact, which hopefully we'll see from him in a second, as Ingram Shepherd lays it off for Tewkesbury, who passes it straight at the goalkeeper, who was offside anyway. No losses there. We've survived. Right, Nixon to Bello, all the way back to Hannigan, goes over the top, Williams heads it away, Macias is there, and out to Carbone, back to Williams to Gray. We play lovely passing football as the ball goes. Tigo lands playing for Shrewsbury. How the hell has that happened? How has that been allowed to happen? My word, he is a quality footballer. He should not be playing for Shrewsbury. Although we're 15 years into the future, he's probably in his 30s now, so that would make sense. Macias on the ball, through to Rice, to Ingram Shepherd, back to Gray. Gray finds Williams, and Williams is pushing the ball forward now, over the top to Macias, to Kabore. Kabore first time pass to Ingram Shepherd, who turns. I thought he was going to get brought down, then he didn't, but he's got the ball back into the box. Again, no one there to finish it. And we rebuild again. Carbone to Tewkesbury. Tewkesbury's got Lashtier to help him out, but he goes for a cross himself. Carbone is there. Carbone usually sticks his laces through that. I don't want to say this is feeling like a lazy performance. That feels a tad unfair, but it's not been our best performance, I think I would say. And I think I would say we should make some changes, because something here is not quite working. So we'll take off Rice. We'll take off Ingram Shepherd for Hilton. I know he looks nervous, but he'll have to get over it. We'll send Debichon for Letizia. We'll send McElroy on for Kabore to cover for that yellow card. And we'll leave Smithyman up top, because what we've learned about Keelan Smithyman is that he can do absolutely nothing all game and then suddenly score a hat-trick. He doesn't do any real work. He doesn't put any actual effort in for the team. Ever. Like, he's had a hat-trick and not hit a 9 rating. He does so little to actually help the team, but then he will score a bunch of goals. So, he's one of those players you leave on as a luxury player. He's a bit of a Rolls Royce. And you kind of hope that good things come to those who wait. Or that someone else steps up and does his job for him. Either works for me, to be honest. It's Carbone on the ball, over the top looking for Hilton. Can Hilton find a ball into the box maybe? That'd be nice. It's got there. Jack Carbone has scored, and we are 1-0 up. 20 minutes to play, and the run continues. And I have got exactly 0 complaints about how this thing has gone so far. To be perfectly honest with you, I think we're looking good. We're looking good today, and what more can you say? We're a fine team. We're a fine team in fine fettle. 2 points clear at the top of League One. 11 points from now, we'll have achieved our objective of avoiding relegation. We are maybe going up. Well, with or without Cambridge, we may be going up at this rate. Don't know why Debiche's on the left-hand side. That's a worry. Don't know why he's decided to go play over there. But I'm sure there was logic to it, as, we've had a great save out of Evans. Once again, the goalkeeper doing what he does best. We will praise the boys, because they're playing quite well. Smithyman with a great ball out to McElroy. It's a shame McElroy couldn't bring that down, but it was a lovely ball. It has put us on the ropes a little bit, but Macias is there with a tackle. Another tackle there would have been lovely. Let's not give away a pen. It's all gone tits up, but it's okay. We've still done enough to get a point. And this will be a great time for Keelan Smithyman to maybe stick his head above the parapet and maybe steal a goal. That's all I'm saying. Now would be a great time for a bit of Keelan Smithyman magic. Just a little touch of that big man magic up top would be lovely. Or anything that looks like a highlight. There we go. Let's not concede here. That would be poor. It would be poor if we conceded here, because Shrewsbury aren't really a great team. Driver. Back to McElroy. McElroy, lots of time, gives the ball away to Oliver, because why would he not? And now this is about to be 2-1, isn't it? Fucking is. I really enjoyed the period in FM26 where I couldn't read the match engine like a shit book. And I've now reached a point where I can read this match engine like a shit book. And that goal was coming. That goal was coming, and we have absolutely choked there. I'm very curious to see how they've managed to sign Tigo Land. But that's okay, we can afford to drop a couple of points. We didn't want it to be too easy, that's for sure. Because if it's too easy, it's not fun, is it, you know? Sometimes you just have to accept that it's okay for it to be a challenge. Lots of football left to play. We're down in third. That's almost tragic. Almost tragic. But nothing we're going to lose sleep over. Really want to know how they've got Tigo Land. Is he just not developed in this universe? He's 34. He's been alright. He's not been great. That's not the best development path I've ever seen him on. I don't think you jinxed it at all. I think you were just confident. Let's look at the Premier League table. Oh! Not gonna lie, chat. If that Newcastle job comes available... Who's in charge at Newcastle? Gil Alcala. They aren't on the verge of sacking him yet. But if that Newcastle job pops up, we might have to have a little look at it. There is currently nothing of any real... Oh, microphone's falling over. That's always a good start. There's nothing of any real... Oh, chat, do we go for the QPR job? What the fuck have I just read? What on earth have I just read in chat? That's wild. That was a time. Do we go for the QPR job, chat? Indeed, straight red. What do we think? Do we chuck in a cheeky CV for the QPR job? They have not started well. 1 point all season against Newcastle, who are right above them. They've had the piss kicked out of them by Leicester and Spurs and Villa. Let's have a quick look, see what the players look like. I don't think Cambridge will sack us for applying. They'd be daft to. They've just given us a 3-year contract. It would be expensive. Be a job you'd have to get into now, I think. Declare interest. Is he... What's going on with that? That definitely said. Has he been given it till the end? I'm not going to declare interest because that would be too far, but it won't let me apply for it, which tells me they've already found themselves an option, or they're already interviewing. See, the Derby job's available, but it's basically a trade of one place. The West Ham job's available, but I don't know. I don't know if West Ham is the way forwards. What do they look like? It's definitely an ageing squad. It's not a bad squad, but it's an ageing one. Yeah, I'm not against it as a concept. Like, if a Premier League job was to come up, I'd certainly not turn it down. So West Ham should be 5th. And are predicted for 3rd. I think we'll chuck in a CV just for West Ham. Just because it's November. There's enough time to turn that around. It certainly would be a step towards the Premier League. And they can probably afford to give us or to buy us out of our contract. I've just realised I've not rested any players. That was probably a mistake, wasn't it? Let's do a resting of a player, shall we? Give them a day off. Sort out the mentoring groups. And hope that we've not... To be fair, Macclesfield at bottom. I'm probably going to quite heavily rotate the team. Or do we go for the easy goal difference? There's an argument either way, isn't there? There is an argument either way there. I don't know. I don't know. Nothing in from West Ham, so that's okay. Would certainly be a job I was invested in, though. Taking West Ham, turning them into a football club again. There was someone there with an offer. It's not one of our players. That's okay. Let's have a look. Right, Arthur is injured, so Chungi can go in there. That's a worthwhile change. I think we're gonna rest Rice for this one. And I think we're gonna stick Goddard back in for Messias. Feels like a plan. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. It's a handful of changes against a team that is significantly nowhere near as good as us. Against a team that should be easy pickings. We'll mark him tightly. We'll send the boys out there. We should be winning. Make sure we do. Absolutely no one cares. There we go. Enthusiasm, right. Time for Keelan Smithyman to get back to his mission of getting himself above a goal a game. If for no other reason than if we can find a more reliable striker and we can sell him for 7 million quid or whatever he's worth, we're going to have a very, very good summer. That started badly. That's his first goal of the season. It's offside anyway. But pushing another player, don't go pushing other players. That's rude. That's rude. That's ill-behaved. We don't support pushing other players. It's not a thing we do. It's not a thing we do willingly. Whiteley. Let's get the ball back. We can't have Richard Whiteley running at us. Lashtia. Come on, let's down the far side. Chung. In for Goddard. Goddard back for Carbone. Almost beats Reed, but doesn't quite get there. And it's with Macaulay now. Into the book. That was a bit pointless, but we're not going to complain. We're not going to complain. Right, Williams. Over the top to Lashtia. And it's gone nowhere, but we're on top of the game. We are on top of the game. We look pretty good. Despite the lack of a goal so far, which I'm going to sense is coming. Even Smithyman's putting in an effort today. That's how important they've decided this game is, that Smithyman has decided to step up and make something big happen for us today. He's actually on a 6.8. I've never seen him do a 6.8 without a goal or an assist. Ever seen him achieve that. So you're all witnessing history here. He is starting to drop off. He's probably given it his half an hour and decided it's not worth it anymore. But we'll see. Over the top and finds Driver. Driver over the top to Ingram Shepherd. Kabore now near side. Tries to beat Yadwat and trips over him because he's a clumsy old fella. Carbone. Oh. Smithyman was offside. Offside. Close, but no cigar for the Smithyman. And we will encourage the players. Chungy is not... He's not showing off for the cameras today. He's not pulled out his best performance. Alright, let's do that. Grab those fellas. You've not been good enough. Get it together. And everyone else can be told to make a difference for us. Step up. Do whatever you need to do. Goals shall come. That's what we're saying. Goals are going to come. Ingram Shepherd. Driver gets a lovely two-footed tackle through him. Kabore. Goddard. Ingram Shepherd again. Go on, down the far side. What was that? What on earth is Ingram Shepherd playing at today? This is what I mean. He has a good game. He has a few bad games. Never really quite see the best of him. Lishtia's being tracked by Mayer. Williams. All the way back to Evans. Unnecessary, really. He had time and space. Goddard finds Carbone. Chung back to Carbone. Ball to Smithyman. Lovely little flick. Latia's going to get into the box. He's had a pop himself. We've won a corner. We've won a corner. But will we see the corner? We will see the corner. It's a crazy day in the neighbourhood. We are about to see a corner. And Williams has headed it over. So that's not gone well. That's not gone well at all. It's alright. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We've dominated the stats. We just need that one goal and the floodgates will open. Carbone's got a corner into the box. It's been tipped out wide. Gray to Chung. Chung to Lishtia. Gray again. Lishtia by the byline. Cuts it back. Carbone pops it away. And we are ahead. And I can start to make changes to replace all the players who have decided that today is not the day they will play football. We can start to secure the victory a bit more. This is a terrible replay camera, by the way. Really is nothing to be gained from a replay from this angle, aside from seeing Carbone go bosh, just like that. Right, let's take off Ingram Shepherd. We'll send in Hilton. We'll send Chooks in on the right wing. Driver can come off for Macias. Goddard out for... Goddard can come out there, and then we'll move Macias back. And I guess we take off Lishtia because he just refuses to stay fit for 90 minutes. And go from there, hopefully with a new look attacking midfield trio that can make Smithyman a goal scorer. Hilton, far side, coming towards the edge of the box, looking for a cross, will get there, cuts it back beautifully to the beach. Carbone should have stepped up and hit it there, and it's gone wide, and that's disappointing. I believe that was Keelan Smithyman returning to his usual form of aiming for the corner flag. It was becoming a thing for a while that every time he got the ball in the box, he was more likely to hit the corner flag than the net. And then he went on this stupid streak of scoring goals that we didn't really understand. And it looks like we're back to the traditional version of Keelan Smithyman today, where he doesn't score goals, he just exists. He's just a player that gets paid a wage by Cambridge. Kabore, looking to take forever, apparently. Rice. beats a Garda, has a pop unnecessarily from a mile and a half out. Really was no need, and now Fletcher has a goal kick. We've won that back beautifully. Tewkesbury out wide to Debiche. Debiche down the line for Rice. Plays it off for Tewkesbury, who for some reason puts it side netting. He's only a youngster. He'll learn that you can in fact pass backwards. Bit like in rugby, but you know, with more panache. Rice to Hilton. He looked really good in his debut and has done nothing since, and continues to have done nothing since. He has played Premier League football, Tom Hilton, but hasn't really shown any evidence of it bar his debut. On his debut, he was incredible. Ever since, not so good. Cabore's brought down. Hopefully we can get a second goal from this free kick. Carbone's over it. He's been our star man all season. Into the box, and Fletcher catches it. And we've got 10 minutes to play. We'll praise the boys, but I don't think this is going to end with us scoring any more goals, would be my guess, as Devu to Harold. My word. Welcome in, Simon. Is the Lame Gang? We probably need a better name for the squad than the Lame Gang, I would say. But welcome in. You join us on a big old night with the numbers, and on a day where Keelan Smithyman decides whether or not he can make something happen. We're getting the replay camera that's not a replay. Back from stealing petrol. You've been out there with the old hosepipe, have you? Siphoning petrol out of neighbours' cars. No judgment, petrol's expensive, but if the neighbours can afford it, let them buy it, you know? So that'll work 24/7, exactly. Exactly. It's not their petrol, it's our petrol. Communism. Are we going to score from a corner? No, we're not. No, we're not. We have had a rough old start today. The Keelan Smithyman show has subsided. Property is theft, exactly. Just like taxes and I don't know, everything else. Debiche is brought down. Oh, we're going to get a pen. Late pen. Late pen for the lad. Rent is theft. This is the time for Keelan Smithyman to step up and puts it away. 15 goals in 19 matches. Hopefully that will remind him what it feels like to score a goal. And we have stolen a 2-1 win against bottom of the table Macclesfield. And I don't say stolen lightly. We've not been good today at all. But we've been good enough for now to keep ourselves top of the table and to see if we're about to get a magic envelope from East London. Poor Silkman indeed. Are we about to get an invitation from East London? It's very possible. It's very possible indeed. Yeah, the West Ham job has come up, and they're supposed to be third in the championship, but they're currently 15th. The job I did want, because we had a little just gander. The job I did want that I thought was going to be achievable was the QPR job, but we couldn't apply. QPR are currently bottom of the Premier League. See, it's available, but it won't let us apply. So I'm guessing they've appointed a caretaker until the end of the season, and or already done the interviews. They've interviewed Joe Gelhardt. It's probably a mistake. What's Joe Gelhardt doing as a manager? He's managing Huddersfield. We're Huddersfield. Huddersfield are below us. They came to Joe Gelhardt before they came to us. I'm not saying that feels really stupid, but there are 7 teams between us and 8 points. I'm just putting it out there that we were a better option and they didn't even ask. They didn't even ask us the question. QPR would have been a massive uphill slog anyway. They've only had 1 point all season. Smithyman's got his goal bonus. £3,500 for scoring 15 league goals. That's how we keep him happy. Issue with Boakye, you're going to want to play more football, aren't you? I think you should accept being a squad player. Good. West Ham do have a better nickname than us, because Cambridge are the U's, I think. You'd think that'd be in here somewhere. The Scholars, maybe? I don't know. I don't much care. West Ham obviously are the Hammers. They are the Bubble Blowers. The beneficiaries of a sex toy empire. The Irons. The play in a stadium with no atmospheres. It's a bit long to be a nickname. The play in a stadium with no atmospheres. I've slipped a second. Do I not like that? Still nothing. Still nothing from West Ham. Alright. Well, then I guess we go back to top of the table. This is the no atmosphere derby is pretty famous against Spurs. Yeah. Well, if we beat Reading, this is daylight between us and 4th. That's a good feeling for a season. We did also notice, Simon, that Newcastle are second bottom in the Premier League as things stand, but they don't appear to be in the market for a new manager, which is perhaps a touch disappointing. I am a little bit concerned that we still can't apply for the QPR job. Is there anything insecure in the Premier League? You'd think Newcastle must be insecure in the Premier League by now, surely, based on being second bottom. Boca Juniors jobs. How is the Boca Junior job insecure when they're top? Ooh, it's there. It's there. A Newcastle job. It could be happening. We'll keep an eye out. If we get a news item that says Newcastle has sat their gaffer, we're going to go and have a try at that. Take a swing. Because there's no excuse for Newcastle ever to get relegated. Let's be completely honest. Shouldn't be happening. There can't be many losses from sacking their boss. If we're going to go anywhere, I would say it would need to be by January 1st, unless they come in for us. because I want enough time to have a proper look through their squad. Work out what I'm keeping and what I'm selling. That feels like a good idea. Right. I am going to very quickly run away and find liquids. I should be back in just a second, and then we will play 4th place Reading for a shot at making something happen. Okay, here we go. Reading. Team-wise, I think... Ali can go back on the bench. I think we go... Well, we've got Goddard in midfield for now. As good as Macias has been recently. Start with Chungi on the right, that'll do. That'll do. That's always a good time. Always a good way forward. As I said before, thank you all for being here, chat. It's lovely to have you in. I am, for those who are new around here, live probably at least 5 nights a week, if not more. And you are always, of course, very welcome in. So, you know, good times. Let's get things underway, shall we? Underway here in Cambridge for what promises to be quite a big game, I would say. Promises to be quite a big old game, and we're going to have a great time. Real Madrid is gone, says Benny. Wow. I did not see that coming. Also, if you're not already following Benny Kage, and if you're not, why would you? Why are you not doing that immediately? Because Benny is, some would say, the legend of all legends. Bayern putting them out though, that's serious business. It was Kane versus Bellingham, and Kane came out on top. Kane versus Bellingham. They'll be talking about that in the summer when they're sat somehow not putting any effort in the World Cup. Carbone to Goddard. Goddard back to Gray. Gray to Williams. We're playing backwards. Why are we playing backwards, you might ask? No one ever knows. As Lashtia on the ball, inside, cuts around everyone, goes for a pop, doesn't quite score. But should have scored. Is the lesson we're all learning here. It should have scored many goals already, to be honest, but hasn't yet. Southgate appreciators. Yeah. I was contemplating starting to do videos about real football on the channel. And I was contemplating having a wee discussion about not just the Fox Sports awful pick of the 24 most important players of the World Cup, but actually going through the World Cup teams and talking about who the actual most important players in the teams are for each of them. Allardyce likes route 1, Southgate likes route -1. That is valid. That is valid. But yeah, it was a thing I was giving a consideration to. It's been a long time since I've done a video about real football on the channel. Like, for example, I would suggest that England's key player for the World Cup is Jude Bellingham, not because of his ability, but because of his relationship with Thomas Tuchel, because Tuchel doesn't seem to like him much. But I think if Bellingham can force his way into Tuchel's first team starting 11 and put the performances on the pitch to match it, he's the guy who controls whether or not England have a good World Cup or a bad World Cup. A Steve Ingram Shepherd scores, and it's offside. I know it's not the most complex or controversial opinion, but Harry Kane will score goals because he's Harry Kane. Whereas Jude Bellingham, when he's at his best, is world class, and when he's not putting in any effort like he usually does for England, he's not really that impressive a player. Does go missing. How weird goal down. You've been terrible, sort it out. Genuinely sort it out, because you've all been utter cack. Let's try a second half where we actually pretend that we've done football before. Because I don't like the way this form is dipping. Not a fan of the way this form is dipping. I think Foden is overrated too. I think Foden is overrated. I don't think he's ever proven himself to be an England international. He certainly doesn't care when he's on the pitch. Anaheim Ducks has been a roller coaster in the NHL. Do you know what? I actually haven't watched any of the NHL this season. Well, certainly not enough to have a good opinion on the Anaheim Ducks. But they fall into an awkward category for me as a team. Because Jamie Rice scores. They fall into an awkward category for me as a team because obviously we all grew up loving the Mighty Ducks movies, but also fuck Disney. So in YouTube chat I've got, "Hey, I'm Maxwell, your brother-in-law." Well, gonna say, with a large degree of confidence, that I don't have a brother-in-law called Maxwell, because that would have been a thing that would have come up. And also, frankly, if one of my siblings had brought home someone called Maxwell, I'd have been displeased. Because let's face it, someone called Maxwell would be a posh twat. Let's take out Kabore, he's shattered. And apparently I can't swap players like a human being. There we go. Right, let's have another goal. One more goal from the boys. Show everyone just how good we can be when we get goals. Also, I don't want us to be behind Peterborough. 17, 12 and 2. It's not the worst season, but it's certainly... you'd have a few grey hairs as a Ducks fan, wouldn't you? You would have a few grey hairs. Come on. Oh, it's a penalty. Smithyman's going to score again. 7 straight wins. It's a sign of turning it around. Talking of turning it around, here's Keelan Smithyman up against General Patton in goal. And Keelan Smithyman... This is penalty. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Could not have picked a worse time to miss a penalty. Could not have picked a worse time. Finished the season with 1 win in 9. Yeah, that's... Maybe the players have got the same conflicting feelings about the Ducks that I have. Go Mighty Ducks, fuck Disney. They just don't know which one they fall into the camp of. Tom Hilton saves the day. I was bad-mouthing him earlier because he's been a bit shit since he made his debut for us. But he has saved the day there. To be fair, Goddard probably should have had a penalty there. Probably a good job he didn't, because Smithyman would have just missed it again. But Tom Hilton gets a goal. We are winning against Reading. And we are still going to stay in the top 2 in League One. Once the table updates, beautiful. Peterborough is still above us, but that's okay. We'll cope with that. We'll cross that bridge. Apparently, you only need to be 8th in League One to get yourself a job in the Premier League, anyway. Although, to be fair, Huddersfield are now 4th. So they are improving. They are improving. And what more can you ask for, aside from cookies? I will say you can never go wrong with cookies on our stream. So that's beneficial. Latest results. How did Peterborough do? Huddersfield won 3-1. Peterborough, where's Peterborough? Just beat Plymouth 1-0. 5-point gap though to the playoffs. There is a 5-point gap between us and the playoffs. I would say that's pretty significant, and will be pretty significant as the season carries on, to be honest. Chung gets the praise, didn't score, but gets the praise. That's okay, we'll allow it. We will allow it. There is no good reason why we wouldn't allow that. And we still wait for the call from East London, which hasn't come. Ricky Benjamin. Is there a footballer in there? Maybe. I don't need any more loanees, but do I say that? I could take one. Would Keelan Smithyman score more goals if he had obvious competition for the shirt? It's a thinker. I think we'll make that swap out though. See what I've not rested the players again. Ah. All right. One day off. And all shall be fine. All will be magical. Carbone on the move. I think we cheekily slip him a new contract. Because Jack Carbone does show up. 55 to 65? Yeah, why not? If I can afford it. We're going to go bottom end. Let's not go silly. There we go. Lovely new contract for Jack Carbone. Lovely new contract for Jack Carbone. And now we get to beat McDonald's. Because nobody likes McDonald's. I feel bad because he's just been man of the match. But he will play more for Harrogate than here immediately. What's his current level at? National League. It's probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. We are gonna tell him that you can be a regular starter if you can manage a 7. Okay, manage a 6.8. Alright, he's gonna do it. He's gonna go and do it. 6.8. And he's gonna come back and be a regular starter. Which wasn't that tough as negotiations go, because I kind of wanted him to be a regular starter anyway. I would like you to play him more. Good. Good. Amicable. Did anything else fun happen in the Champions League tonight? It annoys me that you can't see that super quickly. What else has happened tonight? Arsenal took a boring draw with Sporting. Wimbledon lost to Stockport. Luton beat Northampton. Brazil beat Zambia. The US lost to Japan. Kenya lost to Australia. That's been exciting. Boca beat Barcelona. I think that's Barcelona of Ecuador though, not the Barcelona we all know and love. Al Nazir beat Al Ettifaq. Big games out there. Arsenal 1-0. Indeed. Indeed. See, Liam, that's an interesting question, but Simon and I are certainly old enough to remember a time when Arsenal were the most boring football team in the world to watch, and they still won titles. Northampton rather enjoy us in League 2 next season if we don't go up. Best go up then. No one fancies a trip to Rotherham, do they? 1-0 to the Arsenal indeed. The good old days under George Graham when they had arguably the best defence in the world. Certainly in the top two. And they'd just defend like dogs for 90 minutes and then Ian Wright would score a goal. Rinse, repeat. Right, Muck Dons in the Effel Trophy. Stick Tewkesbury on the bench. We go again. We go again and hopefully get a better result this time. Certainly a better performance. As much as I'm openly not bothered by the Virtue Trophy, we wouldn't turn down a day at Wembley. Assuming we're not managing in the Premier League by then. We'll have another look after the game to see if the Newcastle job has opened up yet. Because they're certainly a bigger club than Cambridge. And last we checked they had 7 points, so should be able to be kept up quite easily. Probably just need another couple of bodies in that squad and they'll be fine. Not, as I keep saying, that I'm in a desperate hurry to leave Cambridge, but we've got to progress. So if we get an offer to pop up a league or two, it seems silly not to. Probably better that would come off a defender because Chris Arthur was aiming for the corner flag. Let's try again. Let's get a cut back in. Oh, a Pem. Time for Keelan Smithyman to step up. Arthur's been injured again. Kane Williams has been booked. And they are about to go a goal down unless Smithyman misses again, which he doesn't. Not sure I like a chipped penalty, but it went in. We'll take it. Keelan Smithyman maybe back on form, maybe. Imagine missing your last penalty and then having the audacity to step up and do a chipped penalty for the next one. Not just absolutely leather it through the net. Like if you just missed your last penalty, you'd hit that penalty so hard a brick wall couldn't stop it, wouldn't you? Alright, alright. That isn't ideal. That was many things, but ideal was not on the list. That much I will say for certain. That was not ideal, nor necessarily entirely welcome. Let's address the team. Keep going. If we keep blah 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 blah, then we can blah 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 blah. Not been good enough so far. Get it together, boys and girls. Get it together. And really, ideally, get another goal. This is what I mean for those who are new about Keelan Smithyman. He scored a goal and he can still barely manage a 7 rating. He does nothing at all when he's not scoring goals. Contributes absolutely nothing to the team. Right, Rice can come off for Hilton. We'll send Ali on the left. We will send McElroy on at left back. We'll send Koye on at centre half and Lashtia off for Debiche, and that's our subs made again. And we're relying on more Keelan Smithy Magic. What? I was like, why are they all in tracksuits? It's because they're wearing white leggings under their shorts. It just looks like they're all wearing tracksuits. What was that shooting? That was poor. That was very poor. Somewhat unacceptably poor. Could we get the ball back? Is that okay there? Oh, I thought McElroy had that. I thought McElroy had it. It's definitely a leggy performance, or a series of leggy performances that we've witnessed over the last few games. That's not helped. Let's berate them because McDonald's fans are celebrating, and we don't want McDonald's fans to celebrate anything. McDonald's fans aren't even allowed to celebrate their birthday because they chose to side with evil. They had a choice of 92 football clubs, and they chose to support the worst one. Objectively the worst one. And I say objectively the worst one, bearing in mind that Chelsea exist. So, let's win that. No, we've not won that. Have McDonald's bought the league again? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Oh, Keelan Smithy, when he goes missing. Oh, he's offside. I'll say he goes missing for hours and then suddenly shows up. That would have been the time for him to stay onside, I'll be honest. That would have been the moment. We're out of the EFL trophy. That was absolutely shit. We're going to tell them. Absolutely shameful. Unacceptable. Unacceptable is what just happened. But you know, we'll turn it around because that's what we do. We will turn this ship around. Somehow. There's a very clear gap forming at the top of League One. And now we have to face the mighty Swindon Town in the FA Cup. The mighty Swindon Town. You can have 2 days off each because I need to keep you fresh. Have a little look just to see what's going on with the Newcastle job. Is the Newcastle job now available to us? It bloody is. You'd be mad not to go for that job. I know things aren't going well there, but you'd be absolutely pissing balmy not to go for the Newcastle job. There's nothing else there of any particular note. Salernitana maybe, but I don't know if I see, with all due respect, I don't know if I see Serie B as a step up from League One. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there'll be conflicting opinions. But I don't really see it as a step up from League One. We've been linked. We've been linked. I'm going to say no comment. You did. There are a lot of MLS clubs up there. So there are jobs at LA Galaxy. There's a job at Cincinnati. There are a couple more I thought I saw in there. New York Red Bulls. Thing is, I'm actually quite good in the MLS. But do we see the MLS as being an acceptable step up from League One? That's the question, because LA Galaxy are quite a big club, but is it a sideways step or an upward step? That's the question. That's always the question. Okay, we'll chuck in then for MLS jobs just to have a look. Maybe someone will come in. I keep really wanting that QPR job. Just to see if we get any offers. It's also a new continent on the journey, so that's a thing. Not as big a step up as Newcastle. Who, in half a season, we could theoretically get to the top half of the table. Acceptable wage control. Excellent. Excellent. Beautiful. They're no longer paying attention to anything we're doing. Right, West Ham said no. The thing is as well that would have been acceptable. Where should Newcastle be in the Premier League? They should be 9th. And they were predicted to finish 7th. So they can probably get quite a big name manager. So it is a long shot. Okay, Newcastle said no. which seems harsh. We didn't even make the shortlist, which is disgraceful because they are in a lot of trouble. In a lot of trouble. Still not an option? No. I don't know what they're hoping their interim manager is going to achieve, but hang on, Huddersfield now need a manager. That doesn't make any sense because they were interviewing managers. Where's the page that shows me where managers are? Nope. Landmarks, they've just had a new chairperson. Managers. So where did Joe Gelhardt go? Wigan? He was apparently being interviewed to be manager of QPR, and he's gone to Wigan. Alright. I think I'm going to swap Lastia for Debuchy for this one. And I'm tempted to replace Ingram Shepherd, but I don't know who with. Cabore's dropping off again as well. But oh no, Paul Tewksbury's been involved in a different match. Alright then, I guess we put Driver on the bench. And then go from there and try and get a result. These are not the best cookies I've made this week. This is the match we should be winning. I've ever so slightly overcooked them. And they're no longer chewy. It's not fun. Anyway, let's do it. Let's get underway and get another result against Swindon. Ooh. Free kick. Carbone. Kieran Smitherman. He showed up. He showed up already. He doesn't even get on the bus till half time. He must be really up for the FA Cup. We'll take it. We'll take a 1-0 lead in the FA Cup. If we get through this, I really want Newcastle in the third round so we can beat them. Just to make a point. Just to make a point. Like, is it petty? Absolutely. But even so, I'd like Newcastle in the next round. Away. We'll do it at St James's. Just to really get Newcastle fans being like, why didn't we appoint them again? It's an otherwise uninspiring group of FA Cup draws. We could play Prescott Cables. Burton are 4-0 up against Solihull. That'll make the Prophet happy. That's right. Got a free kick. Smithyman's going to make it too. Oh, not quite. Not quite. Keep praising them. They'll get excited. In theory. Come on. Ball forward. Lovely. Rice. Arthur. Carbone. Gets past Superman. Goddard puts it well over the bar. Okay, let's focus. Focus up. And we'll be good. Oh no, Superman's on the ball again. Obviously, shitty fascist Superman, but still. We can't take away the fact that he was, once upon a time, Superman. And that is half the time. Right. We can find another gear. Go. Run. Have fun. Let's get goal numero dos. That's the plan. Goal numero dos. Headed away, thank you. Caught by Evans. Perfect. Out to the biche. Come on, let's have goal number 2 now. Goal number 2 now would be magical. Gets past Kane. Cuts it back. Carbone. The biche. That's a penalty. There we go. We got one. Getting a lot of penalties recently, and I'm not unhappy about it. As long as Smithyman keeps scoring them. Oh, thank Christ for Steve Ingram Shepherd. How's he hit the post? All that goal to aim for, and he's hit the post. What was he thinking? It's almost impressive to hit the post from there. Luckily, Steve Ingram Shepherd was awake. Now it's 2-0. And now we get prepped for an away trip to St James's. That's what I'm asking for. An away trip to St James's. Put them to the sword. Compound the misery. Rice into the box. It wasn't 3, but it was a corner. Not going to see it. We are going to see a throw in. De Biche. To Rice. Back to De Biche. Beats Kane. To Rice again. To Goddard. Ingram Shepherd. To Gray. Who I think that's the first time I've said his name all day. And that's probably why. Because that pass was appalling. Let's win this back, shall we? Anyone want to stick a foot in? Maybe try and win it. Oh, there we go, Goddard. Lovely stuff. Carbone, Arthur, Rice, Chris Arthur. 3-0. That's plenty. 3-0 is plenty. We've made our point. We've done everything we needed to do. We're through for the next round. Who's tired? Arthur can come out for Hilton. Goddard out for Macias. Carbone out for, screw it, Okoye, why not? That's a pretty good start to our sub life. It's a pretty reasonable start to life as a substitute. Why are we on replay cam still? Let's hope this doesn't end in a goal once I click that. It didn't. It was fine. It was fine. It was just stuck. Got another free kick. It's going to be Keelan Smithyman again. Go on. Have a goal. Have a goal, son. He's won a corner. He's won a corner. Are we going to get more out of this? Cross in. No one gets there. Ingram Shepherd back post. Williams to Ingram Shepherd. Debiche forces a save from Ibrahim. We are very much at a stage where I'm just making subs for fitness unless something bad happens. So it's a save. It's a save from Evans. We're okay. I do feel like I should take Gray off, to be honest, because he's not really been great so far. Smithyman's got another free kick. He's had another pop. I think he's won another corner. He bloody has. Alright. Let's do it again. Tom Hilton into the box. Saved by Ayman Ibrahim. We're going to take Gray off for McElroy. And just fresh legs. A bit more of an idea, maybe, of what's going on at the back. Debiche chasing down Hunter. Gets into the box. I think to be fair, also Red Ferrier is an incredible name. But that's a very, very good goal. Very good goal. I cannot fault him for the finish. I also enjoy the fact that apparently Swindon in this universe have a presumably left back called Red Ferrier. Do I have an option for Ingram Shepherd? I do. I have Hamada Ali. So that's nice. He can come in and get a few minutes under his belt. This is the longest highlight. But it was a great finish. Fair play to him for the finish. He's done his family proud. A bit of focus play down the left. That feels like a poor idea. I think we just keep doing what we've been doing. Because it seems to be working. I've said that out loud now, haven't I? I've said that. I just said that out loud. We're fucked. Absolutely bottled it. Right, focus. Mossman, welcome in. How are you, bud? How was your stream? If you're not already following the amazing Mossman, please do go follow. Last playing Football Manager 26. Unsurprisingly. But welcome in. Welcome to the party. We're making it through the FA Cup and we're hoping we get drawn away at Newcastle in the next round because they just turned us down for a job. And it's time that we embarrass them. It's time we made an example of them for doing such a mean thing to us. There is a small chance we might not be here come January when the third round happens. Yeah, we want a revenge game. We do. Because it was disrespectful. We are or were top of the League One. They are 19th in the Premier League. Just beat Chelsea in the Champions League. Good work, mate. That is great stuff. Feel free to give people a rundown of your saving chat if they've not already seen it, so they know what's occurring over in your part of the world. Aside from obviously having just won the Champions League, Jack Carbone still not signed. How is he still not signed that bloody contract? So Jordan Evans is getting a new contract. That's goes without saying. Yeah, sure. I don't want to guarantee him, like, I really don't want to guarantee him first choice goalkeeper. If I can get him as a backup, I'd be really happy. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We're going to try that now. How want to accomplish the game at St Johnstone's biggest game ever? John, still, you're on your way. You're on your way. So there you go. If you fancy watching a St Johnstone save, Mossman's got you covered. St Johnstone, the pride of Perth, of course. You watch me, I've got that wrong. St Johnstone's Perth, right? Oh yeah, you're doing the St Johnstone John challenge. There we go, trying to win the Champions League with St Johnstone, with a team of players who feature the name John. Presumably not Saint. Well, I suppose Ian St John would be acceptable either way, so... And realistically, were he not a footballer from 50 years ago, Ian St John would be the perfect player for such a challenge. And not just because he was a bloody good footballer. Although, it helps. Not Saints, because your name is John also. There you go. That makes sense. There's always logic. There's always a crumb of logic in there somewhere, see? Just a touch of logic. Right, we've still got those MLS jobs. I think we need to have like a proper chat about what leagues we consider an upward step from League One. It's fair enough, there's not logic in a lot of things I do either. Like, for example, would we consider the Swiss Super League a step up from League One? Or the Allsvenskan? Or... I don't know, I mean, what else have we got? The Eredivisie, I guess? Might be a step up. We could, I mean, that's the easy way. It's also very annoying there's no easy way to check, because, like, would you consider the Liga Profesional in Argentina to be a step up? Because we can only compare continent for continent. That's the big problem. Well, it's not that we can't do it, is it? It's not that we wouldn't do it. It's that we physically can't. So the Eredivisie is a step up. Serie B is a step up allegedly. Although I don't fully see it. La Liga 2 is a step up. Apparently the Premier League in Azerbaijan is the 21st best league in Europe. But the Allsvenskan is apparently a step up. How is the Cypriot League that far up? and the Bundesliga and the Super League. Ooh, there's conversations to be had here. Okay. So, that just made my thinking much harder. Elche. Ooh. I don't think it requires much thought to diagnose that La Liga would be a step up. Good evening, Llama, the most handsome llama. Arrived to a beseeching of the Cypriot League. Can hear Mrs. L's eyes roll from here. Shout out, of course, too, if you're not already following the world's sexiest llama, which, by the way, is a phrase that might get me put in prison, but is well deserved. Please do be following Llama. Many have said, and those people are correct, that Llama is probably in the top 5 or 6 FM streamers on any given day, but also in general. Very talented man, very lovely man. Currently on a mission, a Sicilianaire, a Regionaire, whatever you want to call it, only signing players from Sicily, and well on the way to a largely satisfying conquest of the Italian pyramid. I do the best hyping. I am here. I'm the best at hyping. I'm like such a hyper. I don't know. Maybe it's the drugs. Who knows? It's not the drugs. Don't do drugs, kids. Drugs are usually bad. Unless you're watching me, in which case you probably should have tried some drugs. I do my best, Californian, you know. It's a skill perfected over many years of watching skateboarding videos and maybe participating in a green leaf or two over the years. But anyway, how are you, Mr. Llama? I've not seen you in several hours. I do hope you're well. Don't like her, but that's fair enough. Oh, we didn't get the Elsha job. My attempt to lurk and work went really well today because I got into the work part, and indeed I got into the lurk part, and then I had to go and do tech support all afternoon for Hindo. So I didn't have to. I could have said no. I volunteered to help him get his podcast on the air. Glad I did it. Had a lovely day. Didn't do as much recording as I'd like, but you know, you live and you learn. It's a life experience that we all have. I'm not really happy with how our form's going. I've got to be honest, our form has started dipping, and jobs that should be easy or should be reasonably easy to get, are not going our way. Presumably, they are down. This is one of those stupid leagues where you never know whether you're relegated or... Liga Inicial Final? What's overall... I just want to know relegated or not. Why are there 30 teams in this league? That's just confusing. Why are there 30 teams in this league? And how is the season finished having played 32 games? I'm not a mathematician, but if there are 29 teams in the league, should you not play 58 games? Which goes back to the original question of why are there 30 teams in this league? It's very confusing. Like, I don't even know whether we should apply for that. Because I'm genuinely confused. Like, I know in Brazil you just play 1 billion games a year. And it sort of makes sense at the end. But I can't pretend I fully understand or necessarily want to fully understand. See, FC Sion used to be quite big. I'm going back into the old days, but they used to be quite a big team. We're not like gun to our head need to leave. I do have to remember that. I did just start looking at this because I wanted the Newcastle job and it was coming up. And now I've said that, the Benfica job's coming up. And the Boca job is still potentially available, which I would go to Argentina for, because I understand that Boca Juniors are a bloody enormous club. Like, even my dumbass understands that Boca Juniors are a bloody great big club. It's okay. If they want us, they'll come for us. That's the part we have to remember. If they want us, they're going to come for us. So there's no rush here. We are doing fine. Once we get rejected for those MLS jobs, we can get a shift on a little bit and probably dip our toes into the world of Scrandal, which worked out that was perfect timing. That was perfect timing. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of most ages, but I say most ages, children above the age of 16. Let's bear in mind that this is very much rarely a family show, unless your family is keen on the idea of constant swearing and general nonsense. We have a little game we like to play here on the channel, known as Scrandal. Now, for those who are new, and I feel like this may not fully appeal to alarmist sensibilities, we're going to get shown 2 pictures of food from football grounds, and we're going to pick the left one or the right one. Now, fair warning, it often contains wet food. I do have to warn you, but we're going to start with sausage, chips and gravy from Greensboro Trinity for £3.50. Llama will have specific and definite opinions, but we're here for that. Or, in Sao Paulo, you can make your own sandwich out of all of this lovely stuff for £1.30. So, sloppy sausage and chips, and the left is a little bit wet. That's true. For £3.50 in a cardboard piece of crap. Or, a sandwich buffet for £1.30. I've got a left from Liam. Simon's throwing in all the rights. Llama, are you feeling left or are you feeling right? Are you feeling sandwich or sausage? Sausage or sandwich? That's valid. That is valid. Indeed, or pale with an I. It could just be a bad picture. It may actually be llama. Are there llamas in Brazil? We're going right. We are going right, and it was a bonus round. Okay, this is where we get serious. We've got a curry goat at Brizzle City. Brizzle City. It's really hard to say without vomiting. Bristol City, £7 with some rice and a little wooden fork. Or a doner kebab for £7.80 at Borussia Dortmund. I'm not sure why there's only 4 chips in it. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that question, I'm afraid, mate. We've got 2 votes for the right. The curry doesn't look too wet. If anything, it's perhaps a tad under-curried. It is a chip garnish. Do you know what? That's better than when they stick random parsley on it, though, isn't it? Let's be completely honest. It's still better than random bits of parsley. It does look dry. It does look dry. We all saying right? Is that what we're all saying? I feel like we're going to go with the Borussia Dortmund experience of a doner kebab, and it wins. Okay, we are 1 from 1. We almost got 10 from 10 yesterday. We've got an anemic hot dog from Wynn Stadium in Wollongong in Australia with sauce packets for £3.30. Don't forget the sauce packets, because they're going to make this a lot easier to secrete when it becomes diarrhea later. Or Millwall are offering a double cheeseburger for £15 that I can't say looks entirely cooked, but I can say it looks like a burger. Simon's gone right despite the price, and I feel like Llama is telling us that right is the choice of the llama, and that is the direction that the green dot has gone. Okay, Bucheon FC of 1995 and indeed apparently 2025 of Korea are offering Korean sweet and spicy chicken, but let's be honest, it's in Korea. That's just sweet and spicy chicken. You don't have to specify it's Korean. Or Eden Park in New Zealand are offering chicken wings. We're all going left, and left is a resounding success with that one. Alright, so Skade in Norway are offering a sausage in lompe, which is just a fancy way of saying it's a hot dog, but they replace the bun with a tortilla wrap. We don't know why. Or Hungerford Town are offering a beast burger for £6.50. Now, I would be reluctant to call anything coming out of Hungerford a beast, but I remember history, so that's fine. We've got 2 rights. Do we have a third right? So right. That has gone very to the right, and we're 4 from 4 now. Philadelphia Union, so we know they've got Benny's vote. A cheese pizza cone, so basically like an ice cream cone made of pizza base filled with pizza stuff. 2 of those for £8 whole, which seems largely reasonable. Or what they believe is bangers and mash with gravy, although the gravy looks a bit like urine, and the sausages are undercooked, from Tranmere Rovers. And this looks like it's hospitality as well, so I'm not sure I'm here for this. Just looks sloppy, doesn't it? Let's be honest, that's mostly urine. That's possibly a little bit wet for anyone to put in their mouth. And this looks reasonably okay. So I believe we're going to go with the Philadelphia Union, based in the 70s, literal union. I mean, it's Tranmere. It is still the 70s. But it's an easy winner, because no one wants to eat sausages in urine. Alright, so Leamington FC are offering chips and sausage with curry sauce. A very suspicious curry sauce for £5. Or Austria Salzburg of Austria, because it'd be weird if they weren't, are offering Kasnuken with cheese spitzel for £4.50. Now, if you're wondering what Kasnuken is It is cheese over what looks to be fried and or boiled corn with potentially some mushrooms and presumably a mystery meat in there. I am going by the picture. I'm not an expert on Austrian cuisine, as you might have guessed. I think the stringy stuff is melted cheese. I think it's melted cheese. It could be some form of pasta. Realistically, we could look this up. Let's quickly detour from the scrandle and let's look up Kesnuken and maybe we learn a thing. What is Kasnuken? It's a traditional Austrian dish of small handmade flour and egg dumplings similar to spätzle, tossed with melted cheese and crispy caramelized onions, primarily originating from the Salzburg and Upper Styria regions. It's a hearty, savoury comfort food from alpine ski huts. Actually does sound quite nice. Apparently it uses local beer cheese called Pinzgauer Bierkäse, or Bierkäse, or it can use Gruyere or Emmental. There we go. We learned a thing. So, Liam, are you sticking with right, having now learned what this... Sorry, we're left having learned what this thing is? Are you going right? That's the question. And does our much beloved llama have an opinion upon which of these tasty, delicious things we are going for? Because having now learned what Kasnuken is, I feel pretty good about it. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds pretty tasty. And I say that as someone who will probably die eating Kasnuken because of the cheese. But I feel like the Kasnuken sounds quite tasty. And it's cheap. And if you get all of that for £4.30, you'd never have to eat again. I mean, like I said, I wouldn't because I'd be dead. But in general, you wouldn't have to eat again because that's literally a wheelbarrow full of food. And it wins. Okay, we are 6 from 6. 6 from 6. So, we've got a pepperoni pizza with a pint of Modelo at the Dignity Health Sports Park, which I believe is in Los Angeles. 26 whole pounds. Or a cheeseburger for £3.90 from Hartlepool. Now the cheeseburger is distinctly undercooked. But the golden rule of Scrandle is usually if in doubt pizza. But that pizza is very clearly the size of someone's hand. And it says a pint of Modelo, but it's going to be an American pint. So it's basically a shot. Why is the bun a quarter of the size of the burger? That's an excellent question. I suspect what's happened there is that someone didn't think it through. Would you like to have a casting vote, Sir Mossman, on whether we go left or right as the preferred food here? Bearing in mind we are currently unbeaten on this streak on today's episode. Like, I do feel like despite the price, the pizza might be tasty, but is still significantly too small, unless this is the Big Show's hand, which would throw off our things. But this burger might kill you. That pizza is 26 quid, Mossman. That's I think that's probably where we're stuck on this. If the pizza was a fiver, I don't think we'd be having a debate here. I believe Mossman is making a decision to go right. And it wins narrowly. Yeah. Alright. Brentford. butter chicken with rice. We've seen this before. We know this looks good. £7.5. Or Pollock FC in Scotland are offering a steak and gravy pie. It doesn't look like a great pie, but the Scots do good pie. So it could go either way. We've got two lefts, which, barring a late emergence from elsewhere, is probably going to decide it. Going once. Going twice. Sold. On the left. It was close. It was close, but we 8 out of 8. Alright. Let's focus up, guys, because this is smoky burger with pommes frites, which is just a posh way of saying chips in French, from EF Ellsborg in Sweden. £8 for this. And to be fair, they've put some work in. Or a fish finger baguette tartar sauce is available, £4.5 from Histon. Histon being, of course, in Cambridgeshire, for those who have never geographied. Now, if that's the fish's finger, my question is, how big is the fish? Because it's at least twice the size of a full human hand. But Liam has gone left. That burger, by the way, is cooked perfectly. That is the best looking football ground burger I think I've ever seen. In your head, that's halloumi, so you're going right. Okay, anyone else got any particular feelings on this one? We currently have a split decision on Scrandle, which it's important we make sure that we take into account all of the variables here. We have a fish finger sandwich with some loose bits of lettuce and arguably an undercooked baguette, because that looks a bit soft. Or a burger with pommes frites. In the absence of further opinions, I'm going to have to decide, and I think we're going to go to the left. Again, it's a narrow win, but we're 9 for 9. Can we get a perfect 10? And we are in crazy land. McDonald's of Japan are offering a Mac chocolate potato. This is, in fact, chips with, I believe, mayonnaise and chocolate sauce on it, which I have questions about. Should we check what a Mac chocolate, just to make sure that isn't mayonnaise? Mac chocolate potato. What does Google say? McChoco potato, McDonald's fries covered in white and fudge chocolate sauce. Okay, so this is white chocolate sauce, this is fudge chocolate sauce. Or, which this could be an underrated sleeper tasty thing for £1.65. Or Aston Villa would like £6.50 for some sausage battered chips and some curry sauce for £6.50. Now, I'm just saying, if I saw that on a McDonald's menu for under £2, I'd give it a punt. Simon's saying, right, Mossman, what do you think? What's your take on the conundrum? Like, I suspect this might win, but I think of the two, this excites me more. I don't think I've ever had chocolate with chips, but I can see how it would be good. I can certainly see how chocolate with chips would be good. Because, and you got to hear me out on this, chocolate and bacon is a good combination. It is cheap as fuck. That's a key thing we should focus more on. Is it is also cheap as fuck. You've lost nothing if it's awful, really. So are you saying left? Because I think I'm inclined to go to the left here. I do feel like I could be gambling away our streak, but I think I'm going to say left. It bloody won. We've gone 10 for 10. Flawless Scranner. We are 10 for 10. The community average today was a 7.1. We have officially completed Scrandle. We have completed Scrandle. It will never get better than this, and we now have a game of football against Cardiff City, who sit significantly below us. And every team in North America has said no to us. I say every team. There is potential that one of those teams hired from elsewhere in North America. And all the North American MLS teams have got a lot of money. There are jobs. Alright. Napoli is a yes. Getafe is a yes. I suspect, unless they're relegated, which they are not, and they've got no games left, Goiás is probably a good yes. Wale Reykjavik. That's an interesting proposition. And in fact, okay, I'm going to ask a question and I would like genuine thoughts. Unfiltered, genuine thoughts in the chat. Is the Damallsvenskan a step up from League One? Now, I ask this question in good faith, and for those who are not familiar with Swedish women's football, the Damallsvenskan is probably the third or fourth best league in women's football. That's the question. That's the question I'm posing. Is it a step up? It is women's football. We don't have a problem with women's football. We're just looking at, is it up or is it down? I know it's kind of hard to compare the two. But I'm gonna dangle that as a question. I'm not super against going to the Scottish Premiership, but it would have to be a stop on the way to something bigger. It hasn't excited the media, us applying for any of those jobs, which is probably a sign. We have there are two options currently available in the Scottish Prem: St Mirren and Motherwell. Now, unfortunately, we can't sign a team full of players called Helen Mirren. Unfortunately. And I'm a little bit aware that Hindo will disown us if we manage Motherwell. So that's also a consideration. But we're doing really well in League One. So there is always the conversation to be had of we should be looking to move up. I would argue the SPL is a step up from League One, but it's not a step up from the Championship, which I don't think is unfair. Overall, obviously, that metric shifts a little bit if it's a Glasgow or an Edinburgh club, or Aberdeen. But I would argue there's not... I'd argue the SPL would rank, in my head, somewhere between the Championship and League One. It's also worth bearing in mind, our last trip to Scotland was not super successful. By which I mean was not at all successful, but we enjoyed the fact the stadiums were in fact very true to real life, in that they mostly seemed to be chicken wire. I remember that being a thing we did enjoy, that the stadiums were photorealistic in Scotland. But there are clubs, like if we got offered the Napoli job, I'd suggest that's probably a no-brainer. I don't think we will unless they've recently been relegated. I'd be up for a job in La Liga or the Bundesliga. Certainly the MLS is a consideration. We're also not beating Cardiff yet, which is a problem. We are going through the Keely-Smithyman hormonal cycle, apparently. By today he decides to not be a first half player, and so we're left hoping he'll be a second half player. You'd think the rain would wake him up a bit. Arthur, though, through to Rice. Jamie Rice will have a goal. Why not? Would you like some rice with that? Because we bloody would. We bloody will serve it with rice. I swear these highlights are getting longer and longer and the camera angles are getting worse and worse. That corner was bloody ages before the goal went in. The ball isn't even back in shot yet. Now everyone's leaving the box. They've gone on holidays. And now we're back forwards. Finally the ball comes back into shot. Then it's gone again. Hope no one's got anywhere to be before this replay ends. There we go. We're through. Jamie Rice. Lovely stuff. Oh, Keelan Smithy, he's got a chance to get a goal before half time. He likes a pop from here. Forced to save, didn't he? No, he just hit the stand. Alright, half time. 1-0 is where it's going to come to a close. We're going to get a half time highlight. We've not had one in a couple of games, but we'll get a half time highlight here that demonstrates that absolutely nothing happened in Cardiff. And, well, it's 1-0 to us. Happy with the number of shots we've taken so far. Keelan Smithyman, buddy. Maybe more footballing. Maybe more footballing from Keelan Smithyman. Is that Micah Hamilton? Has Micah Hamilton just randomly... No, I was going to... He'd be old by now. He'd be very old by now. 56 minutes on the clock, and not a lot is changing. Macias was begging us for football, and I gave him a go, and he didn't really show. Right, Smithyman apparently has got nervous, so because he hasn't brought his big boy pants, he's going to have to come off. We'll take Jack Carbone off for Okoye. And Ingram Shepherd can come off for Hilton, because he looks lively. He looks pleased. So perhaps he'll look pleased to score a goal. You never know. Rice has gone down like he's been shot. Kabore, trying to get in there, gives the ball away, just hands it up on a plate, doesn't bother with a cross or a pass to a teammate or something constructive. Luckily Okoye came back, giving him a corner. We've been Cardiff a corner, there's 25 minutes to go. Plenty of time for us as a massive footballing entity to get a second goal here. Have we seen Ortega score yet? No. Ortega has had no goals whatsoever since signing for us. He is among the worst signings I've ever made. He's not the goal scoring guy or the assisting guy. We've basically got two strikers who don't do anything. But we're going to steal a 1-0. So I'm going to take that for the positive that it probably is. Because we've got to win. We're back top of the table. We're fine. We're back top of the table. We are in close competition with Posh, who, as we know from watching Lelujo, are rivals with Cambridge. They're not friends. So it's a close run thing at the top of League One for a spot in the Championship. And, well, there's another 3 points on the board, which is the most important part. And there should be now, I believe, I should have paid more attention to the table. Separation is becoming a thing. Separation is starting to be a thing. We are 5 points away from safety, which is nice. It will very soon be mathematically impossible for us to get relegated. And our next two games are Macclesfield and Accrington Stanley. So that's good. That's a strong start, you know, it's a strong position to be in. I am not going to rest any players for the Macclesfield game. If anyone's tired, we'll just rotate them out. Alright, Napoli and Getafe don't want us. What did Napoli say? They have reservations because we haven't won any league titles, but they recognise that our strong commitment towards adopting a possession-based game would align well with Napoli's vision. Okay, that's valid, but you're currently 16th, so winning a title is not high on your priority list right now. Getafe, just thought they had stronger options, which I guess is fair. That's a more honest answer than what Napoli gave us. If we're completely honest, that's a much more serious answer. Newcastle still haven't appointed a manager. They just didn't think we were good enough. Whereas I would suggest we've proven ourselves. It's a Premier League. Ipswich Town. We could be going to the Premier League. Hold the phone. There could be a Premier League job that we can get. Reputation dependent. And I don't know how good our reputation is. But hold the phone. Because there could be. Do kids even know what holding the phone means now? Probably not. That's probably not a thing that's in their lexicon. Basically, they've got a national reputation, we've got a local reputation, but we're doing really well, and they just want to stay up. And we've proven that we can keep teams up because we're currently doing it with a team that should be fighting off relegation from the league below. It'd certainly be a questionable one. Are Cambridge and Ipswich close enough to be rivals? I don't know. Maybe. Motherwell have offered us an interview. Well. Well. I guess it'd be rude not to show up. Ooh, look at this! Look at this boardroom! They've got jugs of water with ice cubes in them. They can afford photographs. That's well posh. I'm gonna say, you fancy Scotland, innit? And it's good water because it's Scotland. You ask any Scot, they'll tell you about their water. Wide range of experience. I would like to take a next step. It'd be quite a change for you to leave your current job to come here. Are you confident of handling such a big jump? Yes, I deserve an opportunity. I will never do it again. I'm trying to do something. Yeah, I'll do better. I will handle that better for you. What makes you the ideal candidate to save a club that's been unexpectedly in the relegation zone all season? Motivating people is one of my strengths. I think we can avoid the drop. How's a wage budget around £0 sound to you? Wow. Wow, we're not paying anyone. I don't think this is phrased as well as it should be. I'd be happy to work with the proposed wage budget of £0. I have nothing to request. Nothing to request. But, we'll see what comes up momentarily. We'll see what pops up. Bear with. I'm just going to send a quick cheeky DM. You'd have to be very persuasive, it's true. Just sent Hinder a wee little DM, just like, forgive us, but Motherwell might want us. I don't think we change anything. I think we just go and beat Macclesfield because no one is not fit, which is good. That's a great start. That's a great start. We have a bunch of players who may be fit, which, as these things go, is like top 3 achievements. Address the team. We're doing well. We're on a good run. Let's keep that going, shall we? It's okay. Prepare kick off, we've welcomed Macclesfield to Cambridgeshire. They welcomed us nicely to Cheshire. They did a football and made our lives hard. So now we have to bring them back to ours and make their lives hard as well. Let's turn about as fair play. I say that, as yet, we've seen absolutely bugger all happen. So that's helpful. But we'll make do. Cabore, Macias into the box. Keelan Smithyman has scored his 16th goal in 22 matches. He is slipping behind his average, but it's okay. If he can just have 6 more goals today, he'll be back on his average. So that's nice. We can skip that. That's fine. We saw it. We saw it once. We saw it once. If you're watching on YouTube, you can go back on the VOD and, do that. Praise the boys, and we'll feel pretty good if we can get another 2, 3, or 7 goals. So that would be nice. We're not going to dive head first into the Motherwell job. We're getting a bit proper consideration. We're going to see what they offer us wage-wise as ourselves, because if they can't afford to pay their players any money, they can't afford to pay us, is a concern. There's also the big question mark around, as that goes wide, why are they performing so badly? Is it just injuries? Is it poor management? Is it that the players aren't as good as their reputations are? Is there any value to be had in that squad? There's a lot of questions you have to ask in a situation like that. And obviously St Mirren would stop a lot of arguments, but arguably so would almost any other job. And also, is it wise to take any job until we hear back from Ipswich? Because theoretically someone's done a murder on far side. Whiteley's been sent off. Marching orders for Whiteley. Yeah, I mean, arguably with Ipswich we'd be managing one of the top 20 or so clubs in Europe. So obviously, like, in terms of the league. So there is the potential to make something magical happen at the club of Ramsey, of Moore, of, I'm sure someone else big managed Ipswich. Keelan Smithyman's had another goal. Try to remember who else big managed Ipswich. Someone successful managed Ipswich. I can't remember who it was. Aside from Ramsey and Moore. So Bobby Robson was the person I was thinking of. I don't know why I had Bobby Moore in my head. Probably because of Ramsey. But yeah, indeed. Robson, Ramsey. I want to say George Graham, maybe? Had a spell at Ipswich? Oh no, he was at Millwall, wasn't he? He was at Millwall before Arsenal. Not that I'm insinuating he's in the same class as Ramsey and Robson, obviously. Let's get that accurate. You'll also notice I didn't cite George Burley on purpose. I don't want people to think we're being completely ridiculous. Or Cockney Mick. Or indeed Mick McCarthy. We're going to get a third goal? A third goal would be fantastic. It was close. We tried. We had a go. We gave it a bash. Let's go very attacking. They've got 10 players. There's no excuse for they can't work out if they want one striker or two. They've lost it. They've lost the plot. We go 5 at the back. Do we go 4 at the back? What do we do? Where do we stop? Watch for the sign of the lollipop. There you go. There was a Playbus reference for those who remember the late 80s, which admittedly is not a large percentage of people watching. Ali almost had a goal. I think he's had a goal for us yet either. Has Ali scored yet? No. Realistically, I should probably have stopped trying to make him score goals by now. But yeah, we know what we're like. It's a tough one. It is a tough one. Macaulay, great shot from range, but doesn't challenge Jordan Evans. So you've really got to say it wasn't a great shot at all. Simon Maggio, welcome in, and welcome in Raiders. How are you all? How was the stream? How goes the save? You know all the big questions we ask. If you are new around here, do welcome in. Do feel welcome in. Do feel free to follow and whatnot. We are currently managing Cambridge United. We're top of the League One with a newly promoted Cambridge side. But alas, we've just had a job interview with Motherwell in the Scottish Premiership, and we are potentially on course for a Premier League job as we speak. So you might be about to witness history. But, oh indeed, I was just about to type in the shout out for Simon. If you're in my chat, you're not following Simon Maggio, please do. Of course, 1/3/4, depending who shows up this week, of the FM show, which some may say is the finest of podcasts, available in all good podcasting destinations, I think. Definitely on YouTube, maybe elsewhere. I can't remember. I watch it on YouTube. You should watch it on YouTube too. That's what we're saying. And Hindo has returned because he's seen the message where I said we might get an offer from Motherwell and reacted with the required vitriol. But yes indeed, welcome in Raiders. We are on fire today. We are trying to win as many games as we can and desperately hoping that we don't have to take a job at Motherwell, because hopefully the Premier League is about to call. That's the plan. That's the life we're living. Oh, Hino will rule out all of Scotland if necessary, unless, of course, it is a fight for Scottish supremacy against the English, in which case he might be a little bit more forgiving to more of Scotland, potentially. Yeah, see, just the little four. Just the little four of Scotland. The other option we have north of the border is St Mirren. But again, the lack of a Helen Mirren there does trouble me. She is the only Mirren that I do consider on course for sainthood. But I also don't know about like the legit Saint Mirren, so maybe they did something impressive. We're not going to the MLS. The MLS have said no. The MLS don't want us. I have set a deadline of January for us to go anywhere, because if I'm going to rock up at a new club, I want a window. I don't really want to find ourselves having to pick up the pieces of a club having a bad season with players who are having a bad season. I'd rather get in there and ship out the dead wood as quickly as possible, because they're dead wood for a reason. So, as St Mirren coming, just check the Ballon d'Or list for your save, and what has happened? Has Scott McTominay had a Ballon d'Or nomination? That's not even spelt the same. You can't claim a saint that's not spelled the same. That's lots of experience. Next step. We want to make our way up the ladder. We won't do it again. Yes. Sure. I'm great at it. Reputation speaks for itself. We're going to finish mid-table. They've got a transfer budget and a wage budget. Motherwell offered us a wage budget of £0. Whereas St Mirren are turning on, we've got £4 million to spend. You crack on. St Mirren. Let's have a look at St Mirren. St Mirren, who was born around 565, known as Mirren of Benchor, now called Bangor, presumably the Northern Irish one. It is. Merinus Merin or Medran, patron saint of Paisley Renfrewshire in Scotland, and of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Paisley, which is basically the same thing, but Catholics want to feel special. Just a joke, I'm a Catholic, it's okay, we're allowed to make those jokes, it comes with the guilt. As a young boy, his mother took him to a monastery. He was put under the care of a monk, became a prior, did some fighting, wasn't allowed to enter a camp. This is a bit sad, he was banned from being camp. It's like being in Britain in the 80s under the Tories. Wild. That's a lesson we all learned. Mother wage put it right towards being nice for the job centre's allowance. Fair. Leandro Paredes from Boca won a Ballon d'Or. Ramon Sosa for Palmeiras. A three-peat for Mbappe, and then a win for Xavi Simons at Spurs, which was a sleepwalking priest, a Roman Catholic. Fair. Banned from being camp is incredibly Catholic. It's incredibly Catholic. It is what we do. We ban people from being camp. And from camping, just to be on the safe side. We were worried camping led to campness. So no tents. Tents are illegal, except in priests' pants apparently. But otherwise no tents. Definitely no tents. Does explain, Kit. You're not terribly camp. You're terribly scouse. It's a difference between being camp and being scouse. Also, Kit, I feel like it's my duty to inform you that discussions have been had, and when we finally grant Scotland independence, we've decided that basically Liverpool and everything north is becoming part of Scotland, not because we don't want you, but because we like you. The KP is going to a cat score, said you'd think that they'd have beat out of me, but it just turned me on. Outstanding work. Guys, first of all, I have to get some numbers in my head. We're currently earning £34,000 a year, which is just above minimum wage. The board wants a meeting. First of all, fucking hell, that's a lot of money. Oof. Very good. Wee Harrison. Love it. We love a wee Harrison. That's a lot of fucking money. I'd delay it a week anyway. Let's hear the board out. Let's hear the board out. A history buff, we love it. I think to stay, I would like more wage budget. Let's attend the meeting. You'd be willing to discuss making it worth our while. Not a problem. Let's ask for more wage budgets. We're not willing to consider this. The good lady is here. Well, it's important. It's important that she be looked after. We are going to delay the Motherwell offer for a week. I need to update that command. We're now currently in England with Cambridge, and since Escobedo we've also been to Gibraltar. But we might be returning to Scotland. Certainly the St Mirren job is a more appealing job. I would suggest. It does. We will update it. Someone remind me, I will update it. Can't believe Ipswich said no. That's very short-sighted of them. Just having a quick check to make sure there's nothing else here that we might... Werder Bremen are quite a big club. Are they quite a big club with fascist fans, though? This is what we refer to as being the Germany problem. In that some German clubs have fans who are regular, intelligent people. And some German fans are not. Werder Bremen are an adult club. Werder Bremen are a club for grown-ups. Reasonably sure Dynamo Dresden are not. I could be wrong. Dynamo Dresden have a literal Nazi fan base. Which, I'm not sure if everyone here is aware of me, has met me, but we're not okay with Nazis. I know it's wild that I have to say that out loud in the year of our Lord 2026. But Nazis are not a popular thing around here. Kinder Bremen are the youth team. Or is that Kinder Bremen? Are they Kinder Eggs? I have so many questions. So many questions. And I now want Kinder Eggs. This has all gone wrong. Are there Kinder Bueno involved? Because if there are Kinder Bueno involved, we're having an entirely new conversation. Kinder does mean child in German. That is true. That is true. That's why they are Kinder Eggs and Kinder Bueno. They are children's eggs and children's good in Spanish. having thought that through, Kinder Bueno now sounds creepy. Do you jump ship now or wait to see if you win the league? That's a great question, Geezer. If the money was good, I have said if I'm going anywhere, I would be going before January, so I get a transfer window. But it's just a case of like we're trying to move up. And I'd argue Werder Bremen are quite a big club, despite being in the Zwei Bundesliga. And it might be too good an offer to turn down or to delay, especially given winning this league is not guaranteed, despite the fact that we are on a pretty good streak right now. We do keep winning. If it came up, we'd have to give it proper thought. Kit's friend enjoyed Bremen when he was there. Been relegated. They have been relegated. End goal, certainly to win our Champions League. I'd like to get a hexagon before FM27. I don't mind turning a club into one of Europe's elite. That doesn't bother me. I don't mind turning a club into an elite club. It's more just a case of we're 15 seasons in, and because admittedly I may have fucked about a smidge bouncing around the world, we haven't yet managed in a top league. The only top flight jobs we've had have been in Tahiti and in Gibraltar. Technically in India, but only because FM doesn't understand how the Indian League works. That was an appalling shot. So it did sort of start becoming time we had a conversation surrounding whether or not we make a serious attempt to move up the leagues. Hence why the options we might have to go to Scotland have required serious consideration, because the SPL is certainly a step up from League One, but that does have the question marks about whether or not it's a step up from the Championship, as we make it 2-0. The Zwei Bundesliga, I would argue, is definitely a step up from League One. But again, there is a debate to be had about whether it's a step down from the Championship. But then the size of the club does play a part. And Werder Bremen are a very big club for Germany. Or they are a very big club, certainly in comparison to Cambridge, I should say. But then there's the question of how many years does it take to... How many years does it take to build Bremen up to the point where they're in the conversation for big 3 or 4 in Germany? No, Bundesliga 1 and 2 is closer than Prem and Champ, so possibly Bundesliga 2 is bigger? That would be an interesting debate, I think. I don't think you're wrong. Someone was saying in Llama's chat earlier, and I forget who it was, so apologies if it was someone that's here, that they felt there was not a big difference between Serie A and Serie B in Italy. And I would respectfully disagree. Certainly 5 or 6 years ago I would have agreed. But I think the gap has grown a lot over the last few years from memory. Took you for 4 years and a tactic from you to get in top 3. Yeah, that's my thinking. Is Serie B, if you've got no money, there's no chance. Especially because of the rules about non-EU players. That's the thing for me that makes the jump really big, is that you get promoted to Serie A and you've got 3 or 4 teams in there that are going to have half a dozen Brazilians in their squad because they've had the chance to build them up. And you go up and you've got no South Americans and very scant foreign players. And let's face it, the Italian domestic game hasn't been the best for 20 years. It's a really big gulf. And then you look at the rules and you can only add, I think, 2 non-EU players in your first season up if you don't have any. Like, it just feels like, unless you can go out and find some top quality EU players, like you can afford them, you're not staying up. So that's sort of why I'd mentally rule out a Serie B club. It's true, your first English doesn't count, but again, you're not going to get a Jude Bellingham either, you know? Realistically, you're sort of hoping you're going to get like a Danny Welbeck, you know? Or one of the other Manchester United youngsters of the future. Oh, Carbone's knackered. Let's send Goddard in there. Let's send Hilton in there for Arthur. Williams can come off for Goye. Lastia or swap for Debiche. And tempted to send in let's send in Ali. Let's do it. Felt like that was a change. It was. I've still got a sub left somehow, it says. Oh, it doesn't. It's fine. I just can't count, which, you know, is an issue. My lack of counting skills has been said to be a problem. That's why I'm not an accountant. It's not. I'm just. I'm not boring enough to be an accountant. Although there could be disagreement. I shouldn't make jokes about accountants being boring. My sister's an accountant. Yeah, that's valid. That's definitely valid. How has Ali missed that? My word, man. See, I wouldn't be against a job in France. I wouldn't be against... Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, every time. Yeah, a job in France wouldn't bother me. But it depends on the club. Like, I think at the stage we're at, for us to go to a second tier anywhere would have to be something of a fallen giant. We have how are we still top? Oh, because Peterborough bottled it as well. Alright. We'll take it. Yeah, that makes sense. I think we can go with that. I think we can go with that as a combination. Certainly feels like a strong combination. Also, So thank everyone for being here, for making us the highest rated English language Whatsy Doodle on Twitch tonight. Many thanks, of course, to Mr. Simon Maggio. And of course to all of you who followed Senor Maggio into the stream. I was originally planning to finish streaming at midnight, but then the raid came in, and I just kind of feel like we've got to give you guys a thing to remember this by. And it could be that the thing to remember us by is that we get offered a job somewhere spectacular. I would quite like the raid and the kit, indeed. Although I've noticed that we've not had, if I may be so bold, the blessing that is Kit's Kit of the Day today. In fact, it's been some time since we were blessed with a Kit of the Day. Talking of which, if you're not currently following Kit, please do follow Kit, who has been known occasionally to do a very good stream. Not because they otherwise do not very good streams, but because Kit doesn't stream enough. Blaming Oski. Okay. That's valid. We'll blame Oski. The Scotland 2022 wicket. Oh, she's a beauty. Makes me want to put on my kilt and attack the English. Well, that accent's just got me cancelled. I've just been cancelled north the border. I'm sorry, guys. I meant no offence by it. It's not my fault. It's such a very difficult accent to do well. I'm just going to stick to putting on this Southern English accent. This kind of generic Southern English accent. I think it's one I do really well. Which is violent because I am a German. No, I'm not. James Milner of Plymouth. Right, we've been offered. It's the same money. It is the same money as we were being offered at Motherwell. But with much more money on offer to spend. Now, St Mirren. What can we do with St Mirren? They're currently 11th. 4 points behind Hearts. With half the points of Ross County in third. They play at Tony Fitzpatrick Stadium. I don't know why Tony Fitzpatrick has his own stadium. That feels selfish. You should learn to share. You do have a Scottish name and a kilt. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, we're gonna delay it for a week. Just because I really want to see. If we hear back from Werder Bremen. I think we can, and Hinder will be happy with this, I think we can rule out Motherwell. I don't see as Motherwell have anything to offer us. It's also Christmas Day in game, which is nice. Merry Christmas, everyone. Scotland has a weird transfer window that's offset, doesn't it? It's open before England, I believe. Release clause could see Ortega leave Cambridge. I wish he would. Here's my least favourite signing I've made in FM26. I'm not going to enter negotiations. I'll be honest. I don't care if he stays. Let's have a look. SPL. When is the transfer window of January? Oh, it's the first to the first. The first to the first. Okay. That's fine. That's actually okay. That's fine by me. So we go in with a window. First we have to play Plymouth Argyle. Don't worry guys, I'm not going to keep everyone up all night. Not this time, not unless you ask nicely. Buy a girl flowers first. I'm just teaching basic manners at this moment. Whittaker should be on the bench, probably for Ali, because I think I'm reaching a stage where I've given up on Ali ever achieving anything, although Whittaker's not fully fit yet, so he can stay there for now. Yeah, we'll just go again. We'll go again. This might be our last game in charge of Cambridge United. But it also might not be, very much dependent, as I said, on whether or not we hear back from Werder Bremen. Otherwise, St Mirren may be calling us. Go put on a show. No, let's talk about form. They're in 20th, we're in 1st. We are, by some distance, the best team in League One. Let's go. Let's go and get the Cambridge United boys, who are apparently playing in white and green, at least one final win before we disappear. Ingram Shepherd is having a lovely run. Gets tackled by Edwards. A bit harsh, let's be honest. He wasn't harming anyone. He didn't need to have the ball stolen from him. It's just selfish, no snatching. Should have been taught that as a baby. Right, Marshall. Kenducci. It's gone out for a corner, it's over the bar. Let's not panic. We never see corners in FM26. They've got Idi Al Amin on top. That's a bit of a dictatorial striker. Can we get a goal, please? I don't want to be too demanding, but if we could just have the one goal. The one goal. I feel pretty good. Hit the bar. It's okay. It's bounced off into the stand behind the goal. Luke's picked it up. Amiga Luke, or Amiga Dad, has picked up the ball, thrown it back to us. They understand what we're trying to achieve here. They wouldn't stand in our way. They get it. They get the mission. They read the brief. Can we possibly, though, defend? Because this would be a great time to not concede a goal. It's his second goal in 15 matches, and he is a striker. I've got questions. Like, why is nobody watching him? Literally nobody was watching him. I can't even see our... Oh, there's our right back. Nowhere near the guy on the left-hand side of the box. That's gone well. That has gone well. Alright. It's time for the Keelan Smithyman show. Could we have a goal from Keelan Smithyman, please? Would you like to try kicking the ball? What was the point of that? Did we gain anything from that? It's a penalty. We've gained a penalty. I take it back. We've gained a penalty. Keelan Smithyman's on the penalty again. He's only missed one. I've just jinxed it. As soon as the words came out of my mouth, the second the words came out of my mouth, I knew he was going to miss. I knew he was going to miss the second I said it. I don't know why I said it. I feel stupid for saying it. And now we've got to do it the hard way. Kabore into the box. He's given the ball away. It's the end of the first half. It's okay, right? We're going to yell at the boys. Lads, that was shit. Could you not? You lot, sort it out. Get back out there. Let's have goals. What was that? What on earth was that, boys and girls? And why am I watching it? Why is that a thing I am witnessing happening? Right, let's berate them. Our attack has been utter shit today. I know they've probably heard a rumour or two that I might be leaving. And they might be a touch sad. But it's not going to convince me to stay if you don't show up when I need you to. So what I'm saying, while that's sorting itself out, Smithyman, you're going to come off for driver. Leon at 10. We're sending Hilton on the right wing. Matthias is replaced by Goddard. And I'm guessing Lashtia off for Debiche, because that's a sub I make all the time. We're going to hope that that's enough to change our fortunes. Demand more. And try just a little bit for a goal. Because we've been on a run, and I don't feel like we deserve for it to end like this. We're going to probably turn up the attacking if we don't score here. De Graaf tripped De Graaf, apparently. Derek Gray. He was one of the people I considered taking off, and Derek Gray gets his first goal for Cambridge United. And suddenly we're back in this game, looking alive. I don't know about Peter Driver playing up top. I've got to be honest, that would have been my first choice. If I'd had 9 subs, he wouldn't have been the guy that went on. But it's 1-1. And we're going to encourage our players. We're going to tell them that we believe in them. We believe they can get a second goal. We just need a chance. We're not going to get a chance. That's full time. It's 1-1. James Milner has got the better of me, but we're still top of the table. So we can't complain about being top of the table. It's illegal to do that. Motherwell are going to get told no in a second. But will we hear back from Werder Bremen? Not yet. How long is Jack coming in? Hello, Glenn. Welcome in. How are you? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're well. Do feel free to pull up a chair, smash the follow button. Feel free to visit the YouTubes. Whatever makes you happy, brings you joy, etc. I am very good, thank you very much. All the happier to see people coming in for a visit. Oh my word, Palmer. It's all kicking off. Palmer have appeared. Hearts have appeared. There are upwardly mobile jobs starting to tick in. I enjoy the fact that Cleethorpes are up in, I think, the same division as Grimsby. That's entertaining. We're not going to declare any interest. We don't need to declare interest. We know that teams want us. We know we have a standing offer at St Mirren and Motherwell. But a job at Hearts would be massive. A job at Parma would be huge. And a job at Werder Bremen would be more than acceptable. Just got a game there a couple of days ago trying to make the Brazil 2002 inspired tactic, and you think you may have finally got something to work. Well, do feel free to share with the class once you have got... we've got an advert. Let us know when you're back from the adverts. Bloody adverts. I always forget that I can pause them too. It's okay. We'll wait. We'll wait. Aha, you can hear again. I was going to say, Glenn, if you would like to share the tactic once you've got it confirmed it's working, you're welcome to do so inside our Discord. And if you've really cracked the Brazil 2002 tactic and you're happy for me to do so, I will quite happily showcase your genius on my YouTube. We do love a historic tactic getting cracked. Werder Bremen said no. Werder Bremen said no. Which probably means Parma are going to say no. It's not guaranteed. Alright, Motherwell we're saying no to. We're going to reject Motherwell. They are offering a longer deal, but it's okay, because wherever we go, we'll make them keep us. Motherwell we've said no to. Hindo is welcome to not. You think I'm muted? I am not muted as far as I can see. I don't know what happened. Did you press M on your keyboard? Happens to me all the time. That's why I asked the question. Twitch doesn't like it when you hit M on the keyboard. It gets angry. We'll make that change, and thank you for following Geese. I think following Glenn. We've hit a follower goal. 231 of 230. Couple roles, not 100% sure about. Managed to win the Bundesliga with Stuttgart in the first season. Bayern had a bit of a stinker. Even so, feel free to share. And we will quite happily take a look at it. You can either upload screenshots to the Discord, you can upload the FMF files, the FMF or the TAC, whichever one it is nowadays. I always forget, I'm a bit old. Feel free to upload that, and like I said, if you want to share it, you're happy for me to show off your genius, I am more than happy to show off your genius on the YouTube. I do need to do more tactical genius videos. It is still FMF. I think it was .tac on like older FMs, but I don't remember, because I've been asleep since then and I'm proper old. So, like, I'm not saying that I'm old, but I once came third behind Jesus and David Attenborough on the X Factor. So, I'm a bit old. Jamie Rice. Jamie Rice does Jamie Rice things. because they've been fried by Jamie Rice. He needs a better catchphrase. Yeah, no, anytime you like, anytime you're ready, I will take a look and we'll see what genius you've created. We are all for genius around here. We do like a tactics. We like a tactical genius. We respect the game, and frankly, the effort that people put into it to crack old-fashioned tactics. I've been trying. I know a couple of people have done it successfully, but I want to do it for myself. I have been playing with trying to get the Fergie treble tactic working in FM26. And I've seen a couple of people have got versions of it. I know Stinger's got a version of it working. And I think someone else had a version working, but I can't remember who it was. But it's a tactic I want to crack for myself. I've also been trying to figure out, and this is about as close as I've got, despite it not being the right shape. I want to try and figure out how to get a Arenas Michel's Total Woodball working too. Keelan Spiddyman's just scored again, 18 in 25. He's looking good. He's looking good. I'm very keen to get a Total Woodball working, but people seem to. I don't know why. Maybe there's something to it. People don't seem to be terribly fond of the 3-4-3 at the moment. I don't know if that's down to someone in real life football having recently failed spectacularly at a big club with a 3-4-3. People seem to be down on a 3-4-3 at the moment. But again, just a theory that someone must have failed with a 3-4-3 at a big club. From the DMFs. I'm trying to picture how that system worked in my head, obviously. I think if I sat and watched some of that Brazil team, I'd be able to figure out what it was, but yeah, no idea, Kit. No idea. It's got a name that rhymes with unemployed, and a club that rhymes with Fanchester Ashited. But I can't think of his name. It's been a long day. Talking of a club that might rhyme with Fanchester Ashited, did you guys see that Mark Goldbridge just got paid fuckloads of money by Gary Neville for his YouTube channels? I've seen figures buggering up, like banded about like 8 million quid or something stupid. When DM sat back and was able to go forward to help out an attack, both might keep going forward a bit more than you'd like. I can't think off the top of my head. There is too much money on those shit accounts. My brain is saying that if you have one on a box-to-box and one as a defensive midfielder, one of them will naturally stay back. It's just what my brain is saying though, and I do feel it's worth reiterating at most opportunities that I am an idiot. So, pinch of salt. because I am an idiot. But Baller League, fucking Baller League. I don't understand it. It's a five-a-side football league. Why are people paying money to watch five-a-side football? Just go to your local leisure centre on a Saturday morning. That's all I'm saying. But that's the thing, because of the names attached. But like, when I was younger, I used to play five-a-side on a Saturday morning with two former England internationals. Who have they got in the Baller League that are bigger names than Mick Shannon and Mickey Quinn? I'm just saying. It's not like Ronaldinho showing up, is it? DLP and a DM? I see it. I see it in my head. Try turning the DLP into a box-to-box and see what it does. Because in theory, it should keep your DM back and your box-to-box will still create. Both of your cameras want to start more games, or one of them is going to have to learn to play a different position then. Or for someone else. Both are options. Both are certainly choices they could make. Life's too short not to be ruthless with these people. Well, it's looking like we may have to make a trip north of the border to join with some Marin, because the deadline for a move is tomorrow. In game, obviously. The deadline for a move is tomorrow. I'll have one last look. One last look. I thought that was saying Dortmund and Freiburg were available then. We'd have been having a conversation chat. Not a problem. And try to sell one for years. Best offer got 24 million for a £100 million player. See, I'm not a mathematician, but that's not enough. That's quite a lot less money. Is the Pro League the good one? No. I always forget. Always forget which one the good one is. Oh, Paderborn. Oh. Eredivisie is quite a big league too. Oh, we might have to... We might have to extend our deadline by a week. Because there are some quite big clubs just now popping up. Realistically, it'd be mad to hardline a no when a rich Sporting Gijón are available. And RKC Waalwijk are also available. And we haven't heard back from Malmo yet. I'm gonna say, in fact, before we do this, save, in case we get fired. Always smart. Always, it's not save scumming, it's security. Be a fantastic opportunity. Any manager worth their salt would be interested. Okay, Arkesi Valvaik have said no. Palmer have said no. Will Sporting Gijón offer us a deal? They're bottom-ish of La Liga, but that doesn't mean a lot with half a season to go and a transfer window and them being rich, because we could just put a team of world-class players together pretty quickly in that league. It's not terribly challenging to put together a team of world-class players in La Liga. I would like you to be a... Yeah, sure, you can go on loan, I don't care. Might not even be here by the time you find a loan, so let's not hold our breath about me caring. Are we going to hear back from Sporting Gijón? Sporting Donkey, if you will. You might not. You might not. You might not be a fan of them being called Sporting Donkey, but they are called Sporting Gijón, so it does make sense. We'll ask St. Mirren for another week in a second, just to see if Sporting Gijón say yes. They'd be mad not to. So I'd argue we'd be quite a coup for Sporting Gijón. The board are hoping we'll stay. They haven't fired us. Down to one player left in your first squad. Built this team over time. Love it. Love it. Come on, let's... That sounds like some criminal damage happening outside. That's nice. Let's... Can we have a contract offer? Is it possible that we can get Sporting Gijón to take an interest in us? This is cutting into the amount of time we'll have to build a St. Mirren squad if we have to go to St. Mirren. But it's worth gambling a week for a shot at La Liga, is my opinion. Because so much money on offer. No, we've moved about, Glenn. We started off in Greece, then we went to England, Scotland, Tahiti, India. No, Wales, then India, then Spain, then Gibraltar, now back to England. And we have an offer on the table from Scotland that's certainly worthy of consideration. I said we're about 15, 16 seasons in. Hence why Burnley are trying to loan players from Cambridge, because Burnley are now in League Two. They have utterly collapsed. We've just got an award. That might help make Gijón think about us. We're going to ask for one more week. They're okay with it. Yeah, we've travelled. We've travelled a touch. Right, another day, another dollar, another game, more goals. Why the devil not? Let's do goals. Carbone is still not fit. Whittaker is very much the break glass in case of emergency striker. Yeah, we do travel about on the old streams. And on the channel, on the YouTube channel so far this year, we've been to Barbados, North Korea, Albania. There is a video coming up in Suriname. We're a travelling circus. We've got the varsity game though. That's the for now focus. Is the varsity match. You know, we like football in a weird random location. Basically, is what I'm saying. Then we also have our kind of ongoing one club save with Swindon Supermarine, where we are in the Championship right now, having risen from the Southern League Division 1 South, and trying to get ourselves to the Premier League. Ball gave you an F for a 6'7" goalkeeper they think you overpaid. I think they want the Reds chair. That keeper looked incredible. I wouldn't care if you paid 50 million quid for him. He looked like a good keeper. Come on, Chris. Chris Arthur scores. Chris Arthur with a goal to remember. And it's ruled out. Because of course it is. And that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly okay to rule out the goals that make me happy. That's not bad for us, but, you know, can't stick to a lower league save. What is it about lower league saves that bother you? Maybe I can solve the wound. What's Arthur done there? He's given that ball away. Maybe I can help you find an angle that, like, you know, like a really tight angle will get you into it. Sometimes you just need a goal. Yeah, that was the fella that, yeah, sounds like a beast. 50 million quid was not, sorry, 30 million quid was not too much money for a goalkeeper with those attributes. Jamie Rice also had another goal. Right, Ingram Shepherd, come on, let's have it. Let's have a goal. Let's be having you. We've not had a goal. We've not had a goal. This keeper, Biederman, by the way, is a Luxembourg international goalkeeper. If you're not scouting the Luxembourg national team in your games, please go do it now. Open up your save and scout the Luxembourg national team. Everybody I know has somewhere in their save a world-class player from Luxembourg. I have seen a couple of reports of Luxembourg getting reasonably far in international tournaments too. So, for the love of God, go find Luxembourg on your save and scout all of their teams and all of the players in them. A few Turkish monsters, that's nice. The reason I suggest looking at the Luxembourg players is because they're cheap. Especially if they spawn in Luxembourg. Because if they spawn in Luxembourg, they're free. They usually don't. They usually spawn at the bigger German or Dutch clubs. But occasionally, you do find a cheeky little freebie at like Differdange or somewhere. Tend to get bored doing love saves, getting some fallen giants back to winning, or just recreating iconic teams and tactics. That's fair. To be a tactician is fair. No, just ask, because I tend to be good at suggesting a save that people can get into. I quite like the challenge of, like, the Fans Club Challenge. I call it like the Fans Club or the Phoenix Club Challenge. You take a smaller club that's like a smaller version of a big club, and you overthrow them. So like FC United of Manchester or Main Road and overthrow their corresponding Manchester club. Or there are like 3 Liverpool-based clubs in the Northwest Counties Premier League. South Liverpool, AFC Liverpool, and City of Liverpool FC. Taking one of those and like overthrowing one of the Scouse Giants, or something like that, like Newcastle Blue Star overthrown. You get the gist. You get what I'm going for. That can be quite fun. I currently have a save I'm doing for a video for the channel where I am taking City of Liverpool FC and trying to win the Premier League with them using exclusively Scouse players. That's been quite fun. In real life, I'm a Swindon Town fan. You can tell by my constant state of depression and lack of any hope for the future. Between a Turkish and a Japanese DM for my next if I sold any, always go Japanese, the resale value is higher. Same applies for cars. Yes, for my sins, I am a Swindon Town fan. Have been my entire life. Which is one of the many things I blame my father for. Was particularly fun at school because despite being a lifelong Swindon Town fan, I am in fact from Oxford, and we're not friends as clubs or indeed as towns, but my dad is from Swindon, so that's awkward. Made more awkward by the fact that my great-grandfather used to be the chairman of Oxford City Football Club, and my cousin played for both Oxford and Swindon. So, my family's a bit odd. But yes, the short answer is I'm a Swindon fan, and it's killing me slowly. And by slowly, I mean very quickly. Like, you see all the grey hairs. I'm 15. That's what being a Swindon fan's like. What kind of times you try to manage your local team but struggle with the lack of money? Hang on a cotton picking second then. I am about to change your life. About to change your life in ways you didn't know your life could be changed. Have a little bit of that. I'm going to change your life. I'll make you into a lower league manager who always has shitloads of money to spend. Some people have said it is the most enjoyable 18 minutes I've ever given them. It's true, I am more fiscally frugal than Ineos. If you can, and I'm not going to do it right now because it will take me forever to find it, if you can locate my save in my FM24 series called Welcome to Wroxham, where we got promoted to League 2, I believe I had a £6.5 million transfer budget and I didn't have a takeover. I just run the club at such a tight ship financially that we happened to have £6 million lying around for a transfer budget, and then I signed the next Salah in that same window. Not a problem then, not a problem at all. I signed an Egyptian right winger who was spectacularly good right up until we won the Champions League. Spoilers, but it's been 2 years, you'll get over it. Yeah, we signed him as we got into League Two because we just had so much money lying around that it was becoming a little bit obscene. But also, if you find there are things you are struggling with FM, you feel free to let me know in the Discord, and I'll smash out a guide video for it. I've been playing Football Manager since 1996 in its various guises. There is almost nothing I don't know about this game. I would hazard a guess that I probably know a bit about a similar amount about the game to the developers. I used to be a researcher on the game. I have spent time faffing around with the code of the game. I've played well over 100,000 hours of Football Manager. There's nothing that surprises me left in the game, I would say. Build nation for usual local teams. Football is a bit bad here. Whereabouts are you in the world, Glenn? I see LFC. Livingston? We Livingston? Wait and see if I got that right first time. See if I got that right first time. Northern Ireland. Hang on. Don't. Hang on. In Northern. Okay, if we're not a Liverpool fan, the luck was incredible there. Trying to think who in Northern Ireland starts with an L. They all start with G's, don't they? Except for Omar and Armar. My brain wants to know. Hang on. I'm going to figure this out using the power of Google. Larn. Are we a Larn fan? Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to get this. I'm going to guess your local team in Northern Ireland. Are you a Glenavon fan? Or are you a Glentoran fan? There are quite a lot of Glens. Glentoran, there we go. They're a biggish club. When I was very young, Glentoran used to be quite well known throughout the British Isles because they were perennially top 2 or 3 clubs in Northern Ireland. And before we got into the anyone who has a Sky Sports subscription version of European competition, you'd very often find they'd get drawn against English clubs or even semi-respectable French, German, Italian clubs. There used to be a game, again, I'm showing my age, and I apologise for showing my age to this extent. There used to be a game on the Sega CD called European Cup Football, I believe. And Glentoran used to be on that, and they were usually my go-to team if I wasn't playing as probably Leeds at the time. Your name is Torrent. Your dad's a fan then. What we're saying is your dad is a fan of Glentoran. And Liverpool, obviously, because it's Northern Ireland. It's the rules. It's Northern Ireland. You either support Liverpool, or you support Manchester United, or you support Celtic, or you're a Protestant. It tends to be how it goes. We're not getting into the politics. That was a joke. Admittedly very close to the knuckle. gotta be careful where you make these jokes. That's gonna get me cancelled in Northern Ireland again. Dad blames your granddad, granddad blames your dad for middle name. It was your dad's. It was your dad's decision. I hate to break it to you. That was your dad. Because I'm just saying, every granddad I've ever met, if they'd done that to you, they'd be so fucking proud of it. I try not to be too brutal with Northern Ireland jokes, because there are some people who... Now, I know this is a wild accusation to make. There are some people who don't have a sense of humour. We call those people Catholics. Again, I'm a Catholic, don't shoot me. I'm allowed to make those jokes. It's okay, as long as I don't abort them or wear a condom, I'm not going to hell. It's the rules. I remember, my priest told me. Not sure why he wanted me to wear a condom. He can't get pregnant. But, you know. Sometimes you just have to obey, right? That's right, we've reached 1 o'clock in the morning and I've just made a priests molesting children joke here live on Twitch. Get out while you still can. Please don't leave. I like being first in the English speaking rankings. It makes me feel good inside my brain hole. I might not be first anymore. Someone good might have come online. It's very possible someone good has come online. Someone good has come on. I don't know. I don't know who Seycheur is. I've got to be honest. He's in a Football Manager Superstar League, and I've never heard of that. So I don't know what to tell you. If I'm honest, no idea what to tell you. We have not been offered another job. We're gonna get. If we get back to the St Mirren job being offered again, we're just going to take it and we're going to go north of the border. But I was hoping that we get an offer from Spain. I'll be honest. I was hoping. I don't want to do the is that German club racist check. I might want to do it for Kaiser. Okay, I've got to do a quick is this German club racist check. Kaiserslautern, are they right wing or left wing? That's the question. FC Kaiserslautern, please. They're not the worst. Apparently they have a centrist fan base, which feels like a cop-out. This is the only country in Football Manager I have to play this game for, by the way, because I refuse to manage a fascist football club. Just a rule I have. I don't vote for fascists and I don't manage fascists. Apparently Holstein Kiel are the worst. So Holstein Kiel have their ultras described as extremists. It's awkward. Going to international break, first draw of the season, furious with them. How dare they draw? Listen, this is a capitalist society. We don't share points. Fucking commies. Absolute woke nonsense. Sharing points. I'm going to write to the Daily Mail and my MP. I have none of this woke shit. 25 shots, 30 on target, couldn't score. We're not okay with that. What if I managed to ruin their... I could do. But the trouble is that the VOD goes on YouTube. And I know for a fact that when I put the club's name in the VOD, I do get a few fans of whatever club it is. Shout out to the Cambridge fans who found these VODs, by the way. Welcome. That will find the streams. But we're on pause because of the advertisement breaks, where we can relax for just. I've just. My brain is about to go pop because they've recalled my right winger that I didn't want. Let's be honest, I didn't want, but they've recalled him. And now I can't in good conscience, even if I am leaving, let Boakye King go because he's quite good. We have turned down, you'll be happy to hear, I know, we've turned down the offer from Motherwell. We still have the offer from St Mirren on the table. And we've been having a little dilly-dally just to see what else appears. We dropped an application somewhere else, and I can't remember where it was. Oh, Gijón. Sporting Gijón. The Donkeys, the Sporting Donkeys of the La Liga, because they've got absolutely fuckloads of money and they're bottom of La Liga, and they might just be persuadable to give us a punt. But we've done 2 delays of the offer from St Mirren. Got to have for pizza, and now you're in the mood for. Oh, it's heartbreaking when that happens. My mother ordered a pizza from Domino's last week, and it came cold. And she didn't know that if you complained to Domino's about your pizza being cold, they sent you a voucher for a free pizza. I know, I'm not advocating for the quality of a Domino's pizza. I do, in fact, have 2 law degrees. I don't know where that popped up. Yes. Where did that pop up? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, I do. I do. We don't brag about it, but I do, in fact, have 2 law degrees. From the prestigious Oxford Brookes University and the University of Sunderland. I aim for the top. I was like, I could go to Oxford and I could go to Durham, or I could go to the slightly off-brand versions. I need to watch your roleplay streams. Alright. Ah, fair. 27-0 in court. We like that. We like those odds. Also, if you haven't bought my book yet, people should buy my book. It's really fucking good. I'm just saying, it's not even me being biased. It's a really fucking good book. 2 death penalties. Where was I? Something about new jobs, money, St Mirren, 13 homicides, 8 lives all over. That's what we like to hear. Ironically, the last time I appeared in court was in Edinburgh, which is funny for 2 reasons. First of all, I'm not qualified to practice in Scotland. Second of all, I'm not even allowed to appear in court in England because I don't have the appropriate qualifications in England. And third of all, and I think this is potentially the funniest part of this all, is that I was helping to represent someone in a divorce case, and I'm an immigration lawyer. So I was a little bit out of my depth. Still one. But I was a little bit out of my depth. Once got a lawyer hostage with no mask in a bank robbery with his name being mentioned, no charges. Very nice. Remember the Gordon Ramsay having black voodoo magic might actually be real. That's also true. Also true. Still being sorted out. I'm currently undefeated in the fine courts of Scotland. I have sat before the sheriff. I couldn't work out why it was a fucking sheriff. I still have no idea why you guys have fucking sheriffs. Like, this isn't fucking Sherwood Forest. It's not the Wild West. Why is there a sheriff? Get a judge. Be a grown-up. But I sat in front of the sheriff, tangled him up in some legal bollocks that I'd read off the Google like 10 minutes before I went in there. We're progressing nicely, and my we won't call her a client legally because that would be technically not okay to do so. But if we were to use client as a loose descriptor, she could be about to win a couple of million quid off a useless ex-husband. So, here's how I murder anyone. You could both get me off the hook. Well, first of all, we never use the words I and murder in the same sentence. We use the words unfortunate and accident. That's the most important thing to remember. It was not I and murder. It was an unfortunate accident. Second of all, last time I got someone off on court, people were filming it. So maybe don't ask me. Ask Kindo. That's a joke. I was not doing adult material in a court. Definition of traffic court title on so much legalese, they dropped the charges. I wish I still had my old phone. I would show you a video that is still my favourite traffic court video of all time. My dad got brought into traffic court once before I qualified. Before I passed, or in fact, before I even went to university. We'd stopped at a motorbike shop to just go and look at motorbikes. Oddly, and we parked on the forecourt. We've been using this motorbike shop for the best part of 30 fucking years. Park out front on the forecourt, same as we done years before. Little twat on his fucking scooter pops up, broken number plate, L plate falling off, barely wearing a helmet, pulls up outside this thing, squeezes down the side of a lorry trailer that's parked there to take the gap's like less than a foot. Don't know how the fuck he got down there. Fella's obviously never had food in his life. Gets down there and takes a picture of a sign saying no parking between the hours of whatever the fuck and whatever the fuck, to try and get us in traffic court to have to pay this fine for being parked illegally. Anyway, he files all the paperwork, gets my dad into traffic court for it. Unbeknownst to him, the entire time he's been doing this, I've filmed him squeezing through this tiny gap to take a picture of this sign that you couldn't see from the road. And then I've also taken the liberty of recording his entire bike to prove it's not roadworthy. And I didn't know judges knew how to laugh. But this fella did almost piss himself. Came very close to needing adult diapers. In other words, my wife had an unfortunate accident on an unrelated note. I hope I'm in the will. Fun fact then. And again, this is not legal advice. If she doesn't have a will, then you are automatically the sole beneficiary of your wife's estate. My car's not roadworthy, but I can prove your roads aren't car worthy. Fair. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't take much in Britain, does it? Let's be honest. Fucking roads in Britain aren't tank worthy. Like, rumour has it, if you drive into some potholes in the United Kingdom, you can in fact see Satan and Saddam Hussein fucking. And you have 2 years to be classed as civil partnership. There you go. Morning is just in. The wife ripped up the will. Got to be careful with that one. You have to be careful claiming the wife ripped up the will, because if a copy's been filed with a solicitor, they will bring it out. Apart from that hard, it turned my check engine low. It's probably because it took your engine out. Keelan Smithyman's had a hat-trick. He's on 21 in 27 now. Wild stuff. My sister the other day hit a pothole in Cardiff so hard her wing mirror fell off. Which was nice, because it had just been replaced by a professional mechanic. Kit has clipped me getting someone off. That's going to play every time we raid Benny now. Driving home in silence will happen when you've got no engine. That's what makes the noise underneath. Paul doing 118 on the motorway. Wild. The police make sure the engine is still inside the vehicle. Exactly. Got off scot-free. You can't have got off scot-free. You are a Scot. There must have been at least one, and no Scot believes in free. We know the rules. And that, it's a good aim. It is a good aim. I swear, if that pops up on next time I raid Benny, he's gonna hurt himself laughing, and that's a problem. So every Scot believes in free, except when they're the one relinquishing control. You know? If I said to you, "Here, mate, have a free house," you'd rip my arm off. You'd never say, "You can have my house for free." It's all perspective. To be fair, you can have it back. I'm not attached to Berwick. If you want Berwick back, mate, you have it. I'll sign it over. I don't know what the fuck happens in Berwick. I went through there on a train once, and I didn't see the fascination. I'll be honest. Was that Gretna? I don't know. It was a town on a border. You're welcome to take 120 miles south as long as I am above that line at the time. I would quite happily become a Scot. It's true, they've still got your entire country. We have, although there is a small argument that technically Scotland has your entire country. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're important. Please. Oh, Marcus Bettinelli's going to stay at Cambridge. What a boy. He can take over from us. This is Northern Ireland. Only country made up entirely of consonants, except Wales, obviously. Northern Ireland. You have to say it right. Has to sound like you're mumbling with a head injury. Northern Ireland. Consonants and Protestants. That's the way. It's the way forward. If you really want street cred in Northern Ireland, you have to claim to be a long-lost relative of Gerry Adams. I don't make the rules. I'm not responsible for the rules. They just happen to be the rules. Okay. Is that wildly offensive? Probably not these days, because most people don't know who Jerry Adams is. There's a bomb in the biscuit tin. That's right. You've got to. There was a time, and I will not do it now. I definitely cannot do it now. There was a time when I was much younger. I say this quite a lot. There was a time when I was much younger. I could do a dead-on impression of Jerry Adams. I have no idea why I decided it was a great idea to learn a dead-on impression of Jerry Adams in the mid-90s. There was never a time in the mid-90s where that was funny. Nor was there a particular call for an impression of Jerry Adams in Oxfordshire. And even if there had been, there weren't many people looking for an 11-year-old that could do a dead-on impression of Jerry Adams in Oxfordshire in the mid-90s. Jazz, Annie and Paisley both killed more of their own side than the other. That's fair. Could worse. Could have learned the Bobby Sands. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I say this, I come from the sort of family where my grandfather on his mantelpiece when I was a child had the standard issue picture of Jesus and the standard issue picture of Michael Collins. So, you know. It was fine, I'm sure. To be fair, prison food in the 80s was shite. It's true. It's not much better now. Not that I've been recently. I've just heard stories. I'm kidding. I've not been to prison in 20 years. I'm sure it's improved. Well, we have learned that his name is in fact Glenn Toran. And we're not kidding. So that should be a hint. It's just food and laws, learn something every day. It's true. Smell the same, look the same. Anyway. I know, I shit you not, we had that conversation and it was genuine facts. You have met a Mr. Glenn Toran. We have a new hero. And we have a new adventure. I hope you're dressed. You were dressed earlier. Would have been a very different stream if you weren't. Would have been one more for the paywall then. It looks like we are going to St Mirren, to Tony Fitzpatrick Stadium. I'm not shocked. They've got an English player with a fucking Brazilian name. Portuguese. Hello. He's got a bit of a dodgy non-stash, I'll be honest, but... Well, boys and girls, it looks like we will be going... Let's do a safety save, just in case it breaks. Safety save. But we are going to go north of the border because Hihon did not get back to us in time. That is top quality work. If your name makes people put their clothes back on, it's time to change your name. But, and I'm going to give you possibly the greatest life advice I think you'll ever receive from a human being. I want you to brace yourself. Should you at any point find yourself changing your name, put it into Google first. And let me. I'm going to let you do your own homework here. If you type my name, which is there, into Google, I don't show up first. If you're at work, please don't do that. That's okay. That's fine. We'll live. I know you're not a cunt, so you know it's all good. But yeah, if you type my actual government name into YouTube, sorry, into Tinterwebs, yeah. Now, admittedly, my namesake wasn't performing when I chose that name. She was as yet undiscovered, I guess. But did find out after I'd legally done the paperwork. No, it's all good, mate. You're all good. Do you know what the funniest part is, Hondo? The funniest part is, and you'll appreciate this, you know how these days when you apply for a job, people Google you? I know for a fact that I have been turned down from jobs because people have Googled my name and somehow come to the conclusion that I am the adult film actress Aria Sky, who is A, from Las Vegas, B, very much cisgender, C, about 23, and D, blonde. All of which would be bad enough if I wasn't applying for jobs at law firms where you'd assume the person hiring had some kind of degree and couldn't put those pieces together. But yeah, there was never any offence. Kit did do that, but that was also on me, because when I came back to Twitch after about 8 years off or whatever the fuck it was, I didn't actually check my profile had been updated. It probably still hasn't been properly updated, I'll be honest. I'm still figuring out how Twitch works. I've only been back about 6 months. And she definitely has. Probably in the last week. But that's because I was raised Catholic. And I know that one should not have more than 400 or 500 sexual partners in a lifetime. It's the rules. It's the rules. I don't make them. Right, before we wrap things up, let's have a little look at this St Mirren squad and see if we've made a huge mistake or not. We've been given some money. We are well over our wage budget, which I'm afraid is going to change. We're going to avoid relegation, because absolutely get fucked am I not avoiding relegation. And I don't want to gamble on the Scottish Cup, but that's gonna give us a bit more money to play with. That's good. The supporters profile information says that they want us to develop youth players, beat Greenock Morton. Aren't Greenock Morton in like League 2 anyway? And avoid relegation. The fuck are Greenock Morton these days? Are they still a real football club? Are they in the Highland League or some shit? I've not heard the name Greenock Morton in forever. All right, they're top of the championship. To be fair, they're much closer to us than I thought. They're like 2 places behind us. We'll not worry about the captain. I'll deal with the captain off stream. That's fine. I've got to get the team all set up and all that shit anyway. Let's have a quick look, a quick shufty at the team. What we've inherited. Now, the first thing I'm seeing here is that a lot of our better players are over 25. That troubles me. Our best player is a 19-year-old right winger, as in he plays on the right wing, not that he wants to suck off Nigel Farage. I don't know about his politics. Nigel Farage might also be dead at this point in the future. I'm glad you picked this stream to watch it. Allegedly, sometimes I'm really funny, and other times I'm just really offensive. And then there's this middle ground where I eat cookies. Paul McLean, Scottish under 20, 5 million quid value, and we own this fella. I'm not going to lie, he's probably getting sold in the summer, so I can rebuild this entire team and win the SPL. I'm just putting it out there. Because he's not actually very good, so if I can get 5 million quid for him, I'll be quite happy. But it's the best player we've got. He's the best player we've got, and we're going to make that work. He is a St Mirren youth product, which tells me that he's actually... We've got a bloody good squad. Who doesn't know what a hunk of man meat? Feel like my brain is not connecting the dots. Joe Johnson. English. We'll let him off. I think we can all agree he's getting sold, because otherwise Hindo's just going to appear in stream to yell abuse at him because he's a former Motherwell player. He's also a former Luton player, so you know, hopefully he'll retire before we have to worry about that being too big a problem. Matt Park. Is he a paint? Is he a park? We'll never know. Again, a Scottish under-21 international, formerly of Hibs and Ross County. We didn't pay for him. I like that. That's good. We've got 2 good young wingers. We're okay already. James Scholes, presumably related to Paul. Won't hold that against him. I say we won't hold that against him. We will check he's not related to Paul. Because if he is, he's going to annoy me. He's half Spanish, half English, born in Liskeard, which is in Devon, I think, or Somerset. He came through at Valencia. We've got a player who started off at Valencia in our squad. The piss is this? I don't hate this team so far. I'm seeing some good things. Everyone keeps their socks on in the change rooms. It's valid. It's valid. Cam Williams doesn't get much more Scottish as a name. He's 32. He's got under 21 caps. He's formerly of Mansfield and Liverpool. All right. He's played in the Championship for Mansfield. Jesus Christ. He's basically Andy Robertson. All right. We're doing okay. This fella has too many letters in his name. He can't be Scottish. There's no way he could spell that name and be Scottish. Zach Diolandama. I'm just throwing it out there. He is entirely Glaswegian. He is a protege of Rangers, then Notts County, then Oldham. But he doesn't look bad for a 30-year-old, except for the fact that he's technically really shit. But he is 6'5", and he can jump, and he has a head. Doesn't know what to do with it. Has a head. Doesn't give head. I'm reliably informed. Writing on the changing room wall. Shane Ennis, Irish under-21 international, despite being 29. Obviously Catholic if he's slipping into an under-21 without permission. That was dangerous, wasn't it? That was dangerous. That was a dangerous gag. It's going to upset at least 4 people on the VOD. He's also played for Motherwell, but he was only there on loan, so we'll let him off. We'll only let him off. He just got lost on the motorway between Newcastle and Millwall. Might be alright, does sound like he should be in boys' own, but we'll let him off. We've got Mackenzie Tomlin. He's English, he's a left winger, he's a striker. Aside from the fact he can't concentrate, he's actually not bad. He's played in Stoke. He's had a traumatic childhood. We'll give him a chance. We've got Donald O'Brien, another under-21 international, started his career at Hibs. Alright, we've got, actually, a decent pile of potential in this squad. This is not the worst squad I've ever inherited. Willie Quinn, we don't know, he might. 18-year-old, came through the academy, did really well in the Championship last year. Don't know why he's wearing number 10 as a defensive midfielder. It's between him and his mum. It's not on me. Between him and his mum. Squad is already screaming tiki-taka, and I will tiki-taka the piss out of them. So it's fine. Lazar Milosavljevic. Those letters don't work together. Milosavljevic. He's from Montenegro, which I looked this up once. It is a real country. It sounds like it was made up for a sci-fi book, but Montenegro is a real country. But it does sound like it was made up by a racist sci-fi author. He last played for Leyton Orient. In fact, he's only ever played for us in Leyton Orient. So that's... And he's 6'6", and you can't teach that. That's what we need. We've finally got a goalkeeper. He's from Morocco, so we've imported him. This is a Moroccan international goalkeeper. He's 34. He's called Ryan. Parents can't spell it. It's okay. It's their third language. Ryan Azwar. That's how you pronounce that. It's Azwar. It's good. He's played in Brazil. We signed him from Fluminense. He's played for Sevilla. He's actually a real footballer. Alright. I don't know how this team is 11th in the SPL. I don't see any reason this team is 11th in the SPL. What's wrong with them? Brendan Winiarski. Previously a Hearts? Alright, that's fine, that's fine. We've made it to the big time. Backup goalkeeper. 29-year-old Scots. Karen Basoglu. He's 90 feet, 3 feet tall. And once wrestled a live bear on television for the grand prize of a half-eaten Twix. We like Ross Kilty. He's fast. He does nothing else well, but he's fast. And that's what I look for in a footballer. I think the player I've seen so far that I'm most excited for might be Alexander Espeland. He does need a haircut. I think we can all agree this fella needs a haircut. Because it's not a good look. You're a white fella, mate. You shouldn't have an afro. I don't make the rules. I just respect them. Defensive midfielder with 11 passing, 16 tackling, 13 vision, 11 positioning. I am going to make this guy into an absolute beast of a footballer. 6'2", 14 jumping reach, 17 bravery. He's on loan to Alloa at the moment. But the reason he caught my eye was that dirty little 5-star potentially was hiding there. It's a dirty little 5-star potential this fella's hiding. And a fairly professional personality and some determination. I don't think he's going to be at Alloa much longer, because I might recall him as my backup centre mid. We don't need to worry about the German defender we've got on loan, but he is on loan from Nuremberg, so he's probably alright. He'll be in the mix. Ali Adebayo from Luton, or right back. I probably need a right back at some stage, so we'll make the best of him. I genuinely can't see why this squad... look at it. I'm down at the bottom of the ability list, right, in terms of our players. And I've for some reason got a transfer listed centre half. 24 international caps, 17 determination, 17 bravery, 16 aggression, pace and acceleration are well on form. Same with the balance. He can tackle and mark a bit. He's a left back. Why the fuck is this guy on the transfer list? Whose idea was that? Nobody thought that through. That's ridiculous. There's no good reason why he should be transfer listed anywhere. And he's got 4-star potential. And then, just to make matters worse, I like to play with a 10. We've got an 18-year-old 10 here, on loan at Cove at the minute, not far off ready for our first team. 18 determination again, good finishing, good composure, decent passing, quick. I reckon I can turn him into a Scottish international. I've got so many questions. If I can send the stats to words, currently bullying Real Madrid. That's what we like to hear. Alright, let's do a very quick check before I worry about what I'm going to do with captains, transfers, etc. Our first game will be tomorrow night against Dundee United, who I believe are on the list of Hindo's teams we don't like. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. Because I've lost the list. I've lost the list of Scottish teams we don't like. I don't know where it's gone. It's fine. We've lost the list of Scottish clubs we don't like. But we're playing Dundee in the next game, who are currently in 4th in the table. Dundee United, I have to be clear. I remember there are 2 Dundee teams. They're about 6 feet apart and they don't like each other. It's a bit like people queuing for Aldi during COVID. They're 6 feet apart and they fucking hate each other. Half the time around at about 70% of the ball, 1 shot. It's not ideal. Right, media prediction said we were supposed to finish bottom. What does the XG table say? We're also the worst team in the league in XG. Alright. I'm going to go shopping. It'll be fine. Do I have any other teams on the list? The lists. If you're interested in proposing ASAP, that's fair enough. Who were the list? The list were Motherwell, Clyde. There is an easier way for me to find this out. Motherwell, Clyde, Airdrie. They were 3 of the clubs we don't like. Albion Rovers were probably on the list then. Bale's injured, not sure. You've broken Jude Bellingham. You've ruined the World Cup kit. You've ruined the World Cup. Anyway, we have arrived at St Mirren. The other thing I need to look at, it's going to be really important. This is the first thing you're supposed to look at. I said this in a video. How are we looking financially? And the answer is fucked. The answer is fucked. We are 1.6 million in debt with 26 million pound of remaining debt and projected to be fucked. What's the most pointless amendment to the Constitution? I can't remember the number. I'm not looking at all of them. I just can't remember the number. I am going to boldly go with the 27th. It's true, 150 million per old firm game, but also 26 million pound in debt is terrifying. Also, who are the other teams we don't like? We've worked out Motherwell, Clyde, Airdrie, and Albion Rovers. We're looking for a ring size. Can you say something for the goal? Yeah, I'm going to say the 27th, which was the one that regulated the wages of Congress, because we know they didn't fucking listen. Who else am I missing from my list of teams we're not allowed to like? Motherwell, Clyde, Airdrie, Albion, Falkirk? A Falkirk nearby? The quartering of we don't divide soldiers into quarters. That's illegal. All right, so it's not Falkirk. Okay. No, I was asking in terms of the teams we don't mention because of our loyalty to you and the Ackies, obviously, but St Mirren, I probably should care who their rivals are, but realistically. First of all, why do we have an affiliation with Birkenhead? Oh, New Zealand. That probably makes some sense. We've got a Renfrewshire derby against Greenock Morton, and that's it. They're the only team we care about, apparently, is Greenock Morton. We've got affiliations. Hang the fuck on. We've got affiliations with Birkenhead in New Zealand, Muyen in Guadeloupe, Nelson Suburbs in New Zealand, Para Hills in Australia, and Rosario in Northern Ireland. How the fuck did this happen? I don't understand why we've got 3 affiliates in Oceania and 1 in the Caribbean. I don't understand why that's a thing. I'm happy it's a thing because there's probably a footballer there that we want, but I don't understand it, and I'm going to spend the time understanding it before I go live tomorrow, which will probably be at approximately the same time I went live tonight, which was about 9 o'clock-ish. So, you know, if you're around, do pop in. Check out, of course, the Yotubs. We could do tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, we could do. Why the devil not? So do be following Hindo if you're not already. And what else was I doing? Oh yeah, I was going to do that. Follow the YouTube, because the YouTube is It's pretty special. It's pretty special, is the YouTube. We will have to figure out how we do the co-stream, because I've never done one before, but we'll work it out. And being rated to an ex-Northern Irish international is cool, depending on the Northern Irish international. I'm going to throw that out there as a thinker, because if it's Kevin Horlock, we're fucking golden. You were shagging Jermaine Defoe. Oh, wait. I read that entirely wrong. That took a turn. That took a weird turn in my head. That just took more turns than Suzuka. Jesus Christ. It's far too 2 o'clock in the morning for my brain. Also, thank you guys for keeping me at the numero uno spot in Football Manager for English language for pretty much since Hindo raided at the start of the stream. Thoughts on Johnny Evans? Decent defender, terrible lover. Brexit ballet we're all good for. I don't know if, I should be clear, I don't know if Johnny Evans is a terrible lover. He doesn't look like he'd be a good lover. But these things are subjective. It's not on me, it's on you. We're going to go on a raid. I know this is going to be the second best player ever until Connor Bradley spawned. How dare you? The answer there is still very much Kevin Horlock. We're going to go and see a friend of mine. Someone this is well, because there's no one else speaking English on Football Manager right now. Please do stop by long enough to say hello. I'm going to go and introduce you to my lovely friend Liv. She is a writer from Australia. And she is genuinely fucking lovely. She's incredible to talk to. Even if you just stop by, say hi, make her feel good. You know how it all works. I'll be back tomorrow. I love you all very much. And we'll see you very soon. Kyle Lafferty. Oh, don't start with the shagger. We have a thing. Before I click start raid, we have a thing. Because people ask why Kyle Lafferty is behind us on the old screen. We've got a card. Nice to meet you too, Giza. Do come back. It's been lovely having you here. 7 foot plays the flute. It's true. But yeah. Remind me tomorrow. I'll tell you the story of the law of Kyle Lafferty, football's greatest shagger. As I said, though, we are going to go raid out. We're going to go see Written by Liv. Please do come with and say hello. Liv is lovely. I know she's a little bit out of the purview of an FM stream, but she's lovely. Come meet a lovely writer. Come support the arts. It's really important to support the arts, whether that's music, whether that's, you know, painting and shit, filmmaking, writing, whatever it might be. Always stop by, support the arts, show people love, especially on Twitch, because there's not nearly enough support for the arts on Twitch. And I'm very aware her stream has just gone down, but I think it's just a small technical hiccup whilst we count down. Hopefully it'll be fine. I'm keeping an eye out. This is looking dangerous and about to go entirely tits up. She's offline. I've got to count down for 30 odd seconds. If not, we will throw to Benny, but hang on, we're getting live updates. We're getting live updates. It looks like we're back. It looks like we're going to be back. We've got like 20 seconds left. This is super. I've had to hit the cancel button just to see if she says she's fixing it in chat. She says she's fixing it with the interwebs. So hopefully we're about to be back. It sounds like she's just had like a boot of the router. We've all done it. It looks like we're back. It looks like we're back. Okay, we're going to hit that raid really, really quickly. Oh, she undoubtedly has. I mean, Australians always pay their bills, otherwise they get murdered, don't they? It's the rules. Let's try that again. I'm going to raid you in there as quickly as I can because I do want you to meet Liv. I do think you guys will very much enjoy spending time with Liv. Even if, as I said, it's just to say hi, we'll do that. I can't bloody find her on my list now, and I know she's there. That's wild. Where's the button for the raid button? I can just copy and paste. I don't know what I'm doing. My brain, it's tired. Hopefully that's going to get that going. There we go. We should be good to go. Thanks for being here, guys. Love you all very much. Let's go see the beautiful Liv. I'll see you on the other side. Have a good one, you beautiful, beautiful people. See you soon.